Okay, well, there's three of us. We have a quorum. So good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Escobar. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, May 4th. It is 9 a.m. and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues here. Joining me today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Tam Dodak, Board Member Sean McGuire, and Board Member Laurel Firestone. Today is also joining us our fellow staff. We have our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our two Chief Deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop. Janine Townsend is the clerk of our board, and assisting her today is Courtney Tyler and Margie Argel. As you can see, this webcast is being recorded, and you are either viewing us one of two ways. You're on our conventional streaming page on the Cali PA website or on YouTube Live, or you're here in the Zoom meeting platform with us. In order to comply with the governor's orders and the COVID emergency, we don't have a physical room. So if you're going to want to comment on any of our items today, either during public forum or public comment period, you need to actually be here on the platform. There are instructions at the top of today's agenda on how to get a password to join us here. But if you are having difficulties, you can also just email comment letters at COMMENTS letters at waterboards.ca.gov, and the clerk of the board can help assist you onto the platform. With that, I think we can move on to public forum. And public forum is something that we hold here at the board at the start of every meeting for anyone wishing to address the board on an item not pending before the board or on today's agenda. And it looks like we have probably about 5 public commenters, 6. And so I think we can begin with our first public commenter, who is Regina Chichizola.
Hi there. Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning. Okay, so you can hear and see me? Okay, thank you. I'm just here today, kind of how I came last time, but I just wanted to urge the board to do everything in their power to protect reservoirs carryover storage within this Shasta Reservoir and the Trinity Reservoir. As you know, we're going to need cold water to release to stop fish kills for both Winter Run and for adult Chinook in the Klamath River. And I'm very concerned that so much water is being diverted to
I apologize, Ms. Chichizola. You're having some connection difficulties here. We'll wait for a moment to see if they clear up for you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
No?
Yes, we can. What you might want to do is go ahead and just turn off your video.
Hello?
Yes. Can you hear us, Regina? You may want to turn off your video. It will help probably and you can just focus on audio. And you should be asked to unmute here in a second again.
Okay. Hello?
Yes. Okay. Let's see if we can hear you now.
Okay. I was almost done anyway. So yes, I'm urging the board to make sure that there is carryover storage for cold water releases and to make sure that there are cold water releases for temperature.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Chichizola. I think we did hear the majority of your comment, and it seems your audio is cutting out again. So thank you so much this morning. Board members, I think you did receive Ms. Chichizola's kind of comment there. And if not, we can, Ms. Chichizola, if you would like to, we can put you at the back end here of public forum once your technical difficulties are resolved. Next, we can go to David Webb.
Chair Escobar, I did not hear. Who did you call off Mr. Fisher was going to be our next.
Oh, I apologize. I need to look at the ticker as opposed to my my spreadsheet here. So yes, Mr. Fisher, thank you.
Hi, am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Hi. Yeah, thank you. So I definitely want to second comments that have been made and will be made about carryover storage and the reservoir, and just touch on a few issues related to the drought and how we are hoping California will respond. In previous board meetings, the Water Board talked about its racial equity steering group and in forthcoming racial equity resolution. I'm delighted this is happening, and I would just encourage the board to, in this process, consider the fact that providing enough water in rivers to prevent extinction is a racial justice issue. It is a human rights issue, and it is an issue of intergenerational equity. So while we have made lots of progress on the human right to water, let's also start to own the fact that preventing extinction and protecting river-dependent communities is a racial justice and racial equity issue. And on a few specifics of what I might suggest the Water Board consider actually doing, in addition to this resolution, to deal with the fact that water has been over-allocated to the detriment of river-dependent communities. There is a lot of waste going on. The Water Board has the authority to eliminate waste and unreasonable use of water. I'll give two examples in the Sacramento River watershed above Shasta Dam, where I happen to be a water right holder. There is extreme waste and unreasonable use of water going on. So rather than curtail fish in river-dependent communities, let's, as a Water Board, as a state, send some direction to the water masters who are interacting directly with the water users. Hey, do you really need to have your cows standing in 10 inches of water? Let's eliminate this waste before we continue down the path of salmon extinction. Below Shasta Dam, the first irrigation district that's under the purview of Bureau of Reclamation in Redding, California, where I grew up, is also allowing waste and unreasonable use of water. They did curtail per BOR's direction, but they have not given direction, BOR nor the Water Board, to these irrigation districts. Don't just curtail by X amount whenever you want, but maybe also eliminate waste. And this will create more wiggle room in the system so that the political backlash from Big Ag can maybe give way to what the fish need. Very quickly, in the Klamath River watershed, there are two tributaries, Scott and Shasta, where the Water Board has the authority now today to do wonders for the salmon. In the Scott River watershed, there is already on your desk, Water Board, a Cal Fish and Wildlife recommendation, fish flow recommendation. Please implement it now, because the fish, we don't have 5 more years for more studies. We have plenty of studies. Lastly, Shasta River, best salmon habitat in California, if not Western US. You also have the authority there now to provide water for fish, and given the TMDL action plan, it has a recommendation. There are plenty of studies, and you have the legal authority and the science now. So please, on the Shasta River, do not wait for the California Water Action Plan study, and please do not go along with NOAA Fisheries Plan to waive claim to ESA fish flows. So thank you for this time today, and please, for the benefit of river-dependent communities and future generations, use the authority you have now to curtail wasteful ag for the benefit of river ecosystems. Thank you.
You're not.
Sorry about that. That was, I think, one of my first unmute moments. Thank you, Mr. Fisher. And then Vice Chair, I was trying to acknowledge you.
Thank you. I just have a question, Mr. Fisher. I didn't catch the irrigation district to which you referred regarding the district not following the directive of the Bureau. Do you have more information on that you could provide?
Sure, and it's not that they're not following the directive, it's that the directive is not specific enough. The directive is just curtail, this is the Anderson Cottonwood Irrigation District, which allows plenty of the people I grew up with to flood irrigate their lawn for personal enjoyment, and it's just not, it should not be legal. So I think the Water Board could give us direction saying, if you have a water right, you are also bound by the reasonable use doctrine. It's not just about total quantity, but also priority of use. And then I am a water right holder above Shasta Dam, where also the water master is not giving any direction about avoiding waste and unreasonable use. Basically, water masters just treat it, if you have a water right on paper, you get it no matter what. And that just it really needs to stop, especially when like cities like San Francisco are grappling with what to do. Cities are conserving. I don't think they realize how much waste is going on.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Fisher. Really appreciate the flag and good comments.
Thanks.
And I apologize. I was actually on the wrong tab here for my public forum. So as opposed to 5 or 6 commenters, we actually have 17. I know in our noticed agenda, at the discretion of the chair, we can truncate it at 30 and have folks go at the end, at the end of our actual agendized items. Because we have a relatively light agenda today, I'm just going to take all the public forum comments now, but there are 17 or so left to go through. So if folks can just be very succinct and help us get through this so we can get to our agenda would be helpful. So thank you. And so next I would like to call Carrie Tully.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for having me. I think I requested 3 minutes and I'm just under that. So I'll try to speak quickly as I know there's lots of other people here to kind of talk about the water diversions and low salmon population. So I'll just get started. We're all excruciatingly aware of the fact that California is facing a severe drought. This presents us with so many issues, specifically the loss of salmon and safe drinking water for Californians. Salmon runs in the Klamath, Sacramento, and Bay Delta watershed have been declining for decades due to increased water temperatures caused by water diversions to industrial agriculture and water brokers. The state salmon populations are moving closer and closer to extinction, which has major implications for the state. Tribal peoples of Northern California are salmon people. They rely on the fish just as the fish rely on them. It's a reciprocal relationship that goes back for thousands of years. Making decisions that kill the salmon is making a decision that kill the tribes that rely on them. Furthermore, California's drinking water supplies are also threatened. While water keeps getting diverted to the farms in Central Valley, the people of the North State have poor drinking water, and it doesn't stop there. Farms are getting fresh, clean water, and people are not. The prioritization of agriculture, which uses over 80% of California's developed water, needs to end. Why are almond orchards in the desert expanding while salmon in California rivers are dying from low water flows? Crops can be regrown. Extinction is forever. This is not sustainability. This is not truth and healing. This is salmon extinction. California's water priorities and public trust need to be reassessed. Water deliveries to corporate agriculture should not be prioritized over flows for rivers and ecosystems and water for cities. The California State Water Resources Control Board needs to require the Bureau of Reclamation and agricultural water diverters to protect our rivers' flows and reservoir storage. They must also approve the temperature management plan that ensures adequate cold water for fish in the Sacramento and stop diversions from the Trinity to the Sacramento. California needs water policies that meaningfully consider salmon habitat and survivability at all stages of their life cycle and protects tribal water and fishing rights. The Scott and Shasta rivers, the Klamath's largest tributaries, need to be protected. Please move forward with phase 2 of the Bay Delta Plan updates and stop pushing for voluntary settlements, the Delta Tunnel, and the site's reservoir. We cannot dam and divert our way out of this crisis. Diversions for industrial agriculture need to be regulated. And I can see the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tully. Next, I'd like to call up Barbara Berrigan-Perea.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
We can. Good morning.
Okay. All right. Good morning. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. I want to start first with appreciation for the letter that was sent by the board to DWR and the Bureau of Reclamation regarding water exports for the last few years. It was the letter that was sent last Friday. It raises important areas of concern, and we're grateful for that. I'm also here today with great heaviness in my heart because California is poised to make similar mistakes that were made during the 2013-14 drought. The Delta will have minimal inflows. That's understandable, but water transfers will likely be dangerously high in relation to inflow as a result of upcoming temporary urgent change petitions. The Delta has not recovered from the last drought. Harmful algal blooms worsen each and every year. Fisheries continue to spiral downward. Invasive species proliferate when the shores of our sloughs are surrounded with warm, stagnant water during drought conditions. And nothing changes. The deterioration continues. The Bay Delta plan is delayed. When we started Restore the Delta, our original tagline said that the Delta would be fishable, swimmable, drinkable, and farmable by 2010. I don't believe I'll see it in my lifetime. We're all waiting for voluntary agreement announcement that will not meet the standards of the Bay Delta plan. Groups will sue and conditions in the Delta will worsen. You hold the power to stop the downward spiral. We need your help. Thank you.
Thank you as well. I appreciate you taking the time this morning. Next, we have Natalia Barraza.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. I am Natalia Barraza, and I'm a climate water advocate with Restore the Delta. Today, I'm here again to urge the board to move forward with the Bay Delta plan and to reconsider the true value voluntary agreements to set Bay Delta standards. The estuary is collapsing. Delta smell are near extinct. Longfin smell are endangered. Steelheads are being killed because of operations at Folsom Dam. And lack of flows along North Coast tributaries are killing off salmon before they can even reach the Delta on their route to ocean migration. Instead, we have been left waiting 2.5 years without restored flows, while both the federal and state water projects take millions of acre-feet of water over what is sustainable. As fish populations decline, harmful algal blooms increase, and the public health that increases for Stockton and San Joaquin County from water toxicity. The fisheries are important to me because they are protecting the ecosystem's health and creating sustainability, two things that are vital for the growth of the Delta. Fisheries have been underestimated of their potential to reduce fish losses and maintain fish supplies. While there have been policies implemented to solve the issues that were caused by increase in water exports from the Delta, there are simply not enough. We need this board to be courageous, to enforce the law, to follow the science, and to stop caving to political pressure. My generation deserves better. California deserves a restored and protected estuary. It's worth much more than almonds in the desert. If coal miners can agree to jobber training, then California agriculture can also change to a more sustainable business model. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you so much for taking the time this morning, Ms. Barraza. I appreciate it. Thank you. Next, we have Jay Smith.
Hello, board members. Good morning. I am Jay Smith, and I am a climate water advocate with Restore Delta. I am here to support the comments made by the Northern California tribal leaders who want river flows protected for salmon, and to support the comments made at the recent water temperature workshop by NRDC, Baykeeper, Golden State Salmon, and California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. We know in the Delta that the health of the Delta is tied directly to the health of California's fisheries. The San Francisco Bay Delta estuary is the link between our stressed rivers and our ailing oceans. Water management that fails to keep cool, clean water circulating through our watersheds to the ocean will not only destroy wildlife, but will also impact environmental health for people who live in the Delta watershed as well. And as drought conditions worsen, attempts will be made to use temporary urgent change petitions to make unsustainable amounts of water from the estuary, and the Delta and California salmon runs have not recovered from the last drought. If this board would simply act upon the Bay Delta plan, conditions would be better than what we are facing in the months ahead. Is extinction and harm to Delta communities going to happen on this board's watch? We hope not. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Really appreciate you taking the time this morning. Thank you. Next, we have John McManus.
And Chair Esquivel, it appears that Mr. McManus has not joined us yet on the Zoom platform.
Okay, thank you. And then next, I think we have Mary Kate Lowry.
Hi, good morning. My name is Mary Kate Lowry. I'm an educator here in Humboldt County. I have my two sons with me, and they're going to share my 2 minutes. They are youth water protectors, and again, we want to support tribal leaders in whatever recommendations to take care of the water, because obviously for Native people, been doing stewards for thousands and thousands of years, and a lot of us just got here, and so we're looking towards tribal leadership to provide that advice. All right, ready?
Ayakui, neck now, connect neck. Traditional indigenous agriculture is an amazing part of thousands of years of traditional ecological knowledge for many communities throughout the Americas. Today, big agribusiness doesn't practice sustainable farming. The legacy of using toxic chemicals such as DDT still has effects on endangered animals and birds, such as the California condor today. Water used by big agribusiness has been unchecked and wasteful, at the cost of rivers hundreds of miles away. Diverted water and dams have done years of damage to rivers and wild salmon. Right now, during the time of extreme drought, with wild salmon in the Klamath, Trinity, and Russian rivers in danger of extinction, it's time for California agricultural practices to learn from indigenous technologies and science to better match the crop to the ecology.
All right, now you can give your own message.
And the dams in 2002, the dams also caused the 2002 fish kill. And my dad said that his cousin, who isn't around anymore, used to have nightmares about it and about the smell. Hey there, I am Rapoi Lowry. I'm Yurok descendant. Salmon have the right to live. If they don't have water, then they can't breed. We need salmon to stay alive. Okay? And if we don't have salmon, no more culture. No more culture. No more traditional ecological knowledges.
All right, thank you. Walk down.
Thank you. Really appreciate you all taking the time this morning. Thank you. Next, we have Miguel Rodriguez. Still can't hear you. It should be asking you to unmute or connect your audio.
So we're going to ask one more time, Mr. Rodriguez, what's happening is it looks like you're kind of double tapping and immediately muting again. So once more, Zoom's going to ask if you'd like to unmute. For some reason, Chair Esquivel, what's happening is as soon as we invite it to unmute,
It's muting back. Okay.
muting right back on, and I have not seen that on a Zoom before. Mr. Rodriguez, if you'd like, if you could try to come back into the Zoom platform, we'll put you back into the queue. Actually, let me try one more thing. Okay, when he comes back in, if he doesn't work right away, we'll try putting him co-host so he can completely control it.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lawford. Thank you everyone for your patience as we deal with our platform. Next, we have Jonathan Rosenfeld. Or Rosenfield.
Mr. Rosenfeld has not joined us in the Zoom platform.
Okay. And then, so next we have...
Mr. Rosenfeld is in the platform.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Oh, there he is. Okay, hold on a moment. Thanks, Janine.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I'm easy to miss here in my little closet of an office.
Good to see you.
Good to see you all. Good morning, members of the board. I'm here to request that you order the Bureau of Reclamation to comply with Water Rights Decision 90-5 by reserving 500,000 acre-feet of water behind Shasta Dam, which is currently scheduled for delivery this spring and summer. I also ask that you require the Bureau and DWR to maintain environmental conditions throughout the Central Valley and in the Klamath River Valley that are protective of native fish species that are on the precipice of extinction. Recent modeling done by the Bureau and National Marine Fisheries Service clearly demonstrates that failing to reduce reservoir releases now will lead to high river temperatures in the late summer and fall that will kill most of the eggs of winter run, spring run, and fall run Chinook salmon deposited in the Sacramento River this year. The fish and the fisheries that depend on them may not recover from this year if the Bureau does not provide suitable cold water conditions continuously from now through the fall. Furthermore, the Bureau's current reservoir release approach represents an irrevocable commitment of resources that may foreclose the agency's ability to maintain Delta water quality and outflow conditions this year and in 2022. The recent modeling I've seen indicates over 80% temperature-dependent egg mortality for a winter run is what's expected under the Bureau's preferred operational scenario. This mortality during the egg stage is likely to translate into nearly 100% loss of winter runs spawned in the wild this year. The modeling also shows that by draining Shasta Dam to perilously low levels, the Bureau will lose control over river temperatures before and during the incubation period for spring and fall run Chinook salmon, and thereby risk catastrophic levels of egg mortality for those two runs, similar to what happened in 2014. These complete cohort losses are even more likely because under current operations, the Bureau will drain Shasta storage to less than 1 million acre feet by the end of September, limiting its ability to provide adequate flows during the fall and winter that Chinook salmon juveniles require in order to migrate into and through the Delta. Furthermore, the modeling reveals that simply delaying but not reducing reservoir releases is the equivalent of rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. At such high levels of egg mortality, it is likely that survival of Chinook salmon juveniles during their freshwater journey will be close to 0%. On the other hand, by reducing reservoir releases by 500,000 acre feet, the Water Board could increase winter run Chinook salmon egg survival by 30% or more and could simultaneously avoid calamitous conditions for fall run and spring run Chinook salmon. Furthermore, keeping 500,000 acre feet of extra storage behind Shasta means increasing water storage, water in the bank, by about 33%. This reduces the possibility that 2022 will be even worse for all water users than 2021. This year is the board's last best chance to protect California's Chinook salmon fishery, but you have to act, and you have to act soon in order to avoid condemning yet more Central Valley native fish to oblivion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenfeld. Much appreciated. Thank you. Next, we have Puani Faliofa.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, again. Good morning.
All right. Aloha mai kako o pua ko inoa o moko keawe ko mokupuni o mauna awa kea ko mauna. Hi everyone, my name is Pua Waleofa. I am from a small town on the Big Island of Hawaii named Kohala. And my husband and I and our kids moved from Hawaii about 3 years ago, but this is not our first time to this area. My family has lived here for many years, including my brother, his wife, and his 3 children. I have many nieces and nephews who were born here, and I'm here today because of them. In Hawaii, we have similar issues as tribal communities here do regarding protecting our waters, sacred spaces, and our kalo, which is our food source that is a part of who we are, a part of our livelihood. For me, the hardest part is watching people I love pass on after spending a lifetime of standing and fighting and sitting and speaking in these meetings. They are my heroes. And I wish you could know them and have their courage. They were grandmothers, mothers, daughters, grandfathers, fathers, and sons who also taught us our language, our traditions, and that taking care of each other and our earth connects us all. And I am here because of them. And I'm here today to ask you all to protect these rivers and salmon for my kids, for my nieces and nephews, for your kids, for your nieces and nephews, and for all of us. Each year it rains less and less, and I've only been here for 3 years. You can't grow water. You can't grow water. If we keep doing things the way we're doing them, there won't be any water to divert. And there will be no fish in the rivers and the ocean. I look forward to a time when these dams come down, but right now I'm asking you all to stand up and speak up. My 12-year-old niece was born and raised here. She loves the salmon and these rivers. And I don't want her to spend a lifetime in these meetings. Thank you for your time. Mahalo nui kako.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Faliofa, for taking the time this morning and delivering your comments to us. Next, I believe we have Dania Colgrove.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you guys for letting me have a little bit of time this morning. I actually drove to Sacramento thinking I was going to come and see you. My comments today are about the Klamath River. The Trinity River basically is the life saver of the Klamath River. If you guys thinking about the salmon this year, this is the last time you guys are going to have to save it. We've been fighting to undam the Klamath for 20 years, as you know, and I'm really afraid that this year is going to have a fish kill again. I'm thinking we can go without almonds for a couple years, but we can't go without fish. Fish need water. I'm also thinking that maybe we got to quit diverting the water from the north to the south. Maybe we should think about our own land a little bit. I know Big Ag has all the money and we're just the little people here that really kind of don't count. But you guys have a trust obligation with the tribes that I think you guys need to stand up and use. One of the things I'm really concerned about is the flows coming into the Sacramento from the Trinity diversion, because that's what's going to save the Klamath salmon in the end. You guys, I'm sorry I'm pulling this up to you, but you guys, you have the power right now to make that decision. You can either use it or we're gonna lose everything. You gotta think about, like the lady ahead of me just said, the next generations to come, your kids, our kids, everybody. The climate change is not going away. You guys are gambling with all the water. This water you guys think that is there is not there. You guys, they've been dealing with paper water for years. They count on paper water for years. And it's like the lady said, water, you can't grow water. I know they try to salt the sky or whatever they do and try to make it rain, but I think they're just messing stuff up even worse. I mean, with the climate the way it is, it's not going to get any better trying to let Mother Nature fix it. Mother Nature has a way of fixing herself if we give her a chance. I'm just like a little bit concerned that we're almost too late. And it's like the lady ahead of me just said, that my daughter grew up in these meetings too. I've known generations of kids that have grown up in these meetings, and I don't want that to happen either, for them to have to do that. We're getting to the point right now, hopefully the dams are going to come out in the Klamath and we're going to have good fish again. That's my dream. I hope to see it come true one day. I live on the Klamath River. This year we haven't had any salmon yet. Last year we had very few spring salmon and very few fall salmon. They haven't commercial fished in years on the Klamath River. I don't commercial fish anyway, I'm against it, but for people to have to eat, people are not getting fish to eat. Also, I really think you guys do have the power to make our world great again. It's in the best interest of California and, you know, the West Coast really. And we did have the best fishing on the West Coast at one time. Now that it's down to nothing. And if we don't pay attention to the temperature of the water, like being said about the 0.95, there is going to be no baby fish. I've been watching the baby fish die for years. I've been growling about it, and nothing ever happens. So, and I'm very concerned about the Klamath River because now there's going to be no water over there. We didn't have no snowpack this year. So, you know, it's tribe against tribe now because of Upper Klamath. They need to keep that water in the lake up there too, because their fish are going to die. So, you know, what are we coming to? Like I said before, we need to get our full allocation back. And also, I would like you guys to look into the 55,000 acre feet that Humboldt County has coming. And we actually need that this year. So that's something else to think about. I know Humboldt County's got to get off their ass and really be concerned about this. I've heard councilmen talk about, oh, how much money we could get for this 55,000 acre feet. That's bullshit. We need that water in the river. I'm sorry for the language, but it just like, it upsets me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Colgrove. I appreciate you taking the time this morning. Next, we have Nathan Olemeyer.
Hello all, my name is Nathan Olemeyer. I'm tuning in here from the Nisenan and Northern Sierra Miwok land. I'm calling in to be an advocate for the salmon people and the salmon nations. I am indigenous Visayan from the Philippines. And in our communities, we have a word, tagular. And tagular speaks to the spirit in a place, the spirit in a land. And tagular is present when there's an abundance and a diversity, when the land is giving forth creative life energy. And the salmon really bring this force to our rivers and to our lands here in this continent, in this land. And I fear a day where the salmon will no longer run these rivers. I had the great fortune, I work with youth as an educator, an outdoor educator, and I had the great fortune earlier this year of taking a group of children out to the river and watching the fall salmon run and witnessing the incredible inspiration and aliveness that came forth in these children when they watched the salmon, the excitement and the joy and the wonder and the awe. And as I watched them, I had this moment of fear enter my being and this acknowledgement that there's a chance, that there's a possibility that one day children will not have this experience, that us adults, that humans will not have this experience. And I wish to just bring forth the acknowledgement that salmon are a cultural keystone species and the necessity of the indigenous lifeways in which they bring forward, in which they offer themselves year and year again. And y'all have the power, y'all have the ability to ensure that the salmon continue to run. And so I want to offer and a hope and a prayer that y'all will find the courage and feel the courage within yourselves and draw on from the land to be advocates for the salmon and to be advocates for our indigenous tribal communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Olemeyer. I appreciate your time this morning and advocacy. Next, we have Brooke Thompson.
Hello, my name is Brooke Thompson. Good morning. I'm from the Yurok and Karuk tribes in rural Yurok from Northern California. I'm currently a master's student at Stanford University, working on a master's in environmental engineering with a focus on water resources and hydrology. And I'm here to ask that more precedence is placed on diverting flows for salmon in the Klamath, Scott, and Shasta rivers to stop water deliveries to the Sacramento River settlement contractors so that cold water can be saved in the Shasta and Trinity reservoirs, to encourage moving forward with phase 2 of the Bay Delta plan, and to stop pushing for voluntary settlements, and to ask for less importance to be placed on water use for almond agriculture when we were facing the extinction of our salmon. I grew up on the Klamath River, and I think you guys probably hear people being scared constantly of another fish kill. And I think that just shows how much trauma the 2002 fish kill has brought on our community. There's stress every single spring and summertime when we feel the water and how warm it is, and seeing that even the fish that go in the spring runs might not make it to breed the next year. It has been something that's been on my mind since I saw it when I was 7 years old, coming out from ceremony, walking along the shoreline and seeing all these dead salmon that my ancestors took care of for me. And we no longer have the amount of management practices that we did back in the day. And I know you guys have that responsibility partially, and that's a big one. So I just ask that you take the salmon and our livelihoods into consideration, because the salmon kill in 2002 is pretty much why I am in Stanford. So I can keep trying to fight for these salmon in the river. And so I thank you for your time and continued support of putting more cold water into our Northern California waterways and rivers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Thank you for your time and for taking the opportunity to address us this morning and really sharing your voice. I really appreciate that. Next, we have Dan Batcher.
Yes, my name is Dan Barker. I'm an independent journalist covering fish, water, and environmental justice issues. And I ask today that you reject the Bureau of Reclamation's temperature management plan and to adopt a management plan that protects the public trust and salmon in the Sacramento and Klamath Trinity watersheds. It's important to note that in 8 out of the last 10 years, the combined water exports from the state and federal water projects have exceeded the 3 million acre feet annual export figure that many believe to be the maximum amount of water that can be exported from the Delta without destroying the ecosystem and harming fish species. In every water year except 2014 and 2015, the state and federal water projects exported well over 3 million acre feet of water from the Delta. The 3 million acre feet cap of water exports in all years is a key recommendation of the Environmental Water Caucus updated solutions plan titled A Sustainable Water Plan for California. In fact, 2011 was the all-time record water export year with 6.67 million acre feet of water diverted from the Delta, followed closely by the 6.4 million acre feet water exported in 2017. 2018 saw 4.62 million acre feet of water exported from the Delta, while 2019 saw 5.3 million acre feet exported, and 2020 saw 3.65 million feet of water exported. If the state doesn't conserve water enough to maintain carryover storage so that salmon can successfully spawn and the juvenile fish can out-migrate without perishing in low, warm water conditions, then we end up in the situation this year where the California Department of Fish and Wildlife was forced to truck all the Sacramento River fish downriver to San Francisco Bay so that the fish are able to survive. Members of the Water Board, please again protect the public trust by rejecting the Bureau's water management plan that was created under the Trump administration and adopt a plan that protects Sacramento and Klamath Trinity River salmon and steelhead populations.
Thank you, Mr. Bacher. I appreciate you taking the time this morning. Next, we have Eugene Solomon.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. In the interest and respect to the other speakers, I will be brief, I will be bold, and then I will be gone. You had a meeting in September of 2020 regarding once-through cooling plants and the extension of those plants in areas of Redondo Beach, which is where I live. Following that meeting, I did some research and I made a public records request. And I was struck by an uncomfortable familiarity between the stakeholder AES and the staff that were preparing the reports for you. There was a ban on ex parte communications directly with the board members. So stakeholders in Redondo Beach like myself and other citizen activists didn't have the opportunity to share with you our concerns over the environment. In the research, I discovered that there was a lobbying group that AES paid nearly $200,000 to lobby your staff. One of the speakers that appeared, an assembly member from Long Beach advocating for an extension of the power plant, received political donations from AES at nearly the state minimum. The staff was receiving or so comfortable with the lobbying group that the lobbying group was suggesting a speaking order for the staff, who should speak and when. The lobbying group was suggesting language to the staff. The lobbying group, when the meeting was going on, one of the consultants emailed a member of the staff and asked if the board members could ask Council Member Horvath, who was speaking, a question. So they were suggesting comments and questions to the staff for the board members. And in fairness to the staff, they declined and said you'd have to put in a speaking card in order to ask that question. But it speaks to the idea of how comfortable and familiar this lobbying group and these consultants got with members of your staff. So I submit respectfully that perhaps when you're getting the information and the language from the reports, that it's not the whole story, that it's a story that's been crafted behind the scenes in meetings that took place over dozens of emails and meetings that took place right before these meetings, right before your board meetings, discussing these items. Whereas stakeholders, it's understandable we're at a disadvantage. We don't have $200,000 to hire a lobbyist to advocate against damaging and antiquated once-through cooling plants on our coastline. But please, for the next time this comes through, perhaps considering allowing resident stakeholders and others to speak with the staff, the board members directly, rather than having a ban on ex parte communications. And ask, not that you don't ask already hard questions, but consider the information being received because it's been carefully crafted by well-paid consultants who are directly communicating with staff and incredibly familiar with them. And I want to make sure that we get this right out of respect for our oceans, out of respect for our watersheds, and out of respect for the process. And I thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you for your time as well, Mr. Solomon. I appreciate the engagement. Next, we have Don Bynum.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm Don Bynum. I'm the president and co-founder of Tembler Brewing Company in Bakersfield, California. We are a regional brewery, one of 6 in the city, and then we're also brought together with Kern River Brewing up in Kernville. I'm here to talk about the Thirsty for a River beer collaboration that we all just did. We basically all made a new beer to bring the idea of bringing water back into the Kern River throughout the city of Bakersfield full time, and to bring the community along with us on that ride. We made some pint glasses and we did a still the glass starting on Saturday at all of the local breweries and a few restaurants. But I'm mostly here just to talk about the river or lack thereof in the city of Bakersfield as a natural part of our city, or used to be a natural part of our city. But we'd like to see the water come back to enhance the quality of life in Bakersfield. We ask that you would also consider the water retention of our groundwater, which is how we produce our beer, and the quality of that groundwater is very important. But lastly, I would ask the board to allocate additional water to the city of Bakersfield for its use in the Kern riverbed throughout the city. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bynum, for your time this morning. And thanks for your efforts on the local level. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jen Hildreth. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jen Hildreth. I reside in the unceded lands of the Wiyot people. I am not from here, but I have come to love and respect this land and its people, and it is a gift to call this place home. In my travels, I have seen the beauty and gifts of our home, but our home needs our help. I am here to support tribal leaders and tribal communities. I'm here to voice my support for rivers, fish, and people. California is facing a severe drought, the collapse of salmon runs in the Klamath, Sacramento, and Bay Delta watershed. California's drinking water supplies for cities are also threatened. During the last drought, the state prioritized water deliveries to industrial agriculture and water brokers, contributing most of the state's salmon populations edging close to extinction. This prioritization led to low river flows and killed up to 98% of the juvenile salmon in California's major salmon rivers. The prioritization of agriculture, which uses over 80% of California's developed water, also threatened water quality in cities. This year, under Trump's water plan, flows could be even more inadequate. The situation in the Klamath and Sacramento rivers are further complicated by the diversions of the Trinity River to the Sacramento River for agricultural exports. The Trinity River provides cold water flows to the Klamath River, and extra water needs to be released some years for salmon. Currently, water levels in the upper Klamath Lake are the lowest on record. Given the dry conditions in the Klamath Basin from the Trinity Reservoir will be needed to prevent a repeat of the 2002 Lower Klamath fish kill. Without immediate action to scale down agricultural water diversions and deliveries, and protect rivers and reservoirs water supply, the state of California will be complicit in causing fish kills and toxic algae blooms in many of the state's already overdrafted rivers again. Most importantly is the cultural repercussions of your decisions here today. The gifts of these water literally runs through the veins of the people who have lived here since time immemorial. We talk about salmon being a keystone species, but it's also a cultural touchstone. Salmon in their native waters not only bring nutrients to the forest, but impact the mental health of people that depend on this ecosystem and this species, and the cohort of species that live here. Are you going to perpetuate the policies of your predecessors? The policies that blatantly value crops over culture, profits over people, and the status quo instead of a challenging new future? Not providing water for fisheries is taking food away from people. Please look into your hearts and use the eyes of our collective body to see that you have a choice and you can make significant change in people's lives. Your choices here ripple out into our communities and impact everyone. Please protect the public trust, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hildreth. Much appreciated. Thank you. Next, we have Frank Miranda.
Good morning, guys. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Frank Miranda. I'm owner and brewer of Second Phase Brewing here in downtown Bakersfield. We got the opportunity to open up our brewery last year in 2020, so we've definitely had a very interesting year. We wanted to just kind of talk about this project that we worked out with the other breweries. First time that we had the opportunity to actually even do a collaboration, and we wanted to make sure that we pushed it for something that was important, which the Thirsty for a River project was something that we definitely felt was super important. We worked with the 6 other breweries to come up with these recipes, just as Don had mentioned earlier. And a lot of it was just to kind of just push how well we could all work together, especially when there's something that was important. Having the river come back through downtown was something that we knew that would help, not only just with having groundwater come back, but also just the revitalization of our downtown and where Bakersfield is changing. So we felt that it was very important to bring more attention to that to our guests. Obviously, water being something important in our brewing process, we wanted to make sure that we kept it going. I remember as a kid living in Bakersfield, growing up in Bakersfield, my parents would take us down through the river side of things, and we would hang out in downtown Bakersfield before that. So not seeing it as often has definitely, been kind of one of those important things that I really wanted to bring back. So we had the opportunity to go with the other breweries on this. We got very positive feedback from our guests during this release. We just released everything this past weekend. Definitely was getting a lot of questions asked, and we just wanted to give the opportunity for the information to be passed on to them, and just for everyone to understand that it's important to us as well. I think that's all I really had. Appreciate your guys' time. Thank you.
Yeah, really appreciate yours as well, Mr. Miranda, and thanks for your local efforts and sharing them with us here this morning. Thank you so much. Next, we have Amanda McDonald.
Hi, thank you, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair, board members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today on behalf of the rivers, and behalf of the people, and behalf of the salmon. I also want to say thank you to all the water protectors who have shown up to advocate for these waters and advocate for the salmon. In 2002, the largest fish kill in US history occurred on the Klamath River. And this fish kill was a form of ecocide, and it was an act of the government that led to the salmon being killed. And currently, water levels in the upper Klamath Lake are the lowest on record. And so given the dry conditions in the Klamath Basin, water from the Trinity Reservoir will be needed to prevent a repeat of that 2002 lower Klamath fish kill. I'd like to urge the California State Water Resources Control Board to prioritize water and public and reassess the water priorities and the public trust, and that water deliveries to corporate agriculture should not be prioritized over flows for rivers and ecosystems. The board needs to require the Bureau of Reclamation and Agricultural Water diverters to protect our rivers flows and reservoir storage. The board should also approve a temperature management plan to ensure adequate cold water for fish in the Sacramento, and to stop diversions from the Trinity River into the Sacramento. And last, the state should move forward with phase 2 of the Bay Delta Plan and stop pushing for voluntary settlements. We cannot dam and divert our way out of this crisis. And again, thank you all to everyone who's shown up and gave their piece today.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald, for adding your voice to today's discussion. Thank you. Next, we have Michael Frost.
So we have given Mr. Frost the opportunity. There we go.
Good morning, Mr. Frost. We should be able to hear you, I think.
Yeah, Mr. Frost, it appeared you had your phone connected a moment ago as your audio tool. Right now, it's not showing that you have any device. You could try clicking on the microphone in the lower left corner and the little up arrow next to it. And let's ask you to unmute again. You should be able to select the microphone on your computer, and there you go.
Does that work?
Yes. It does. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for taking the time. I want to talk today about biodiversity, money, power, and extinction. We've been talking today about a keystone species, salmon. Keystone species is a species that multiple other species depend on. And salmon's one of them. We have many more here in California. These keystone species created a massive amount of wealth, biodiversity, which is the real wealth of this planet. You know, over the last 200 years or so, this biodiversity has been converted into money. And that value these keystone species for millennia had deposited in the land is being extracted now. It's been being extracted for, for multiple decades, centuries. And, the biodiversity is really the underwriting for the CVP and the SWP. And, this biodiversity and all these ecosystem benefits were the given in the equation. And decade after decade after decade after decade, billions of dollars are reaped. And over those decades, the biodiversity has declined to such a point we're now facing extinction levels. And that was terrible underwriting for the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project. And the long-term costs are coming due. But what we've done is we've promised all this water that's not deliverable. That there's an inconsistent supply of water in California. And to promise people a consistent supply of water is bad business. Power is something that governmental agencies have. And the people that are extracting the wealth of the ecosystem and turning it into money are exerting their power over the boards, water boards, all kinds of regulators of water in the state. And this has gone on too long. We are facing extinction levels. We don't understand the cost of salmon extinction. And if it's anything like it is today, it's real trouble, and it's mostly going to represent itself in fire. The entire state was on fire. The entire west coast of North America was on fire last year. That is a sign. That's a sign that we're not taking care of keystone species. And we're in really, really treacherous times right now. We're asking you, the water board, to stand up to corporate agribusiness and don't promise them a consistent supply of water, especially when there is no water. Some other speakers have talked about that cold water pool in Shasta Lake. We could easily have this level of drought for another 5, 10, 15 years in a row. We cannot give away all the water now. This is urgent. And we're asking you to put value on the keystone species and give them the water that they need. We can outsource a lot of this mitigation of the environmental crisis we're in to keystone species. We just need to give them a little bit of water.
Thank you, Mr. Frost. Appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Morningstar Galley.
Shimi Sunwee. My name is Morningstar Galley. I am Ajmawi Band of Pitt River. I volunteer and work with Save California Salmon as a tribal water organizer. This is also Ha'ali, and we are here to give our comments today on the salmon. I first want to say that I've been actively participating in these meetings and listening to our relatives, such as Dana Rose that spoke. And, these are our relatives that travel, 6, 7, 8 hours down to Sacramento to participate in these meetings and to provide their comments. And so for an entire decade, for the past, 9, 10 years, to listen to them and, hear the comments provided and to know and understand that there has been a lack of tribal inclusion. We have public comments here on breweries and on beer, and then we're talking about our survival, and we're talking about how our survival is connected to our salmon relatives and the threat of extinction. And it's just not equitable. It's not an equitable playing field. And so I think that, we just need to say that and say how disrespectful that is to California tribal peoples that, we're here in the same forum and providing the comments. I want to say that, for for our Hoopa, Yurok, and Karuk relatives in saying the same thing over and over. Like, why is it that water has become such a political issue? Why isn't our survival prioritized? Why is the extermination of our salmon relatives, just as we were exterminated, not considered by the Water Board as the cultural extinction of our peoples and of our populations? I just had a relative this past week that passed away by an overdose, by suicide. She grew up in the Willow Creek area. She was familiar with the rivers. She now has 4 children that will not have parents, that will have to navigate through life. You know, this is directly impacting our communities. These water policies that that do not protect tribal water and fishing rights and do not protect the consideration of our salmon habitats in all stages. This is resource extraction, and we need survivability at all stages of our salmon and of their life cycles so that we can continue as a peoples. So with that, I'll say Sasulai, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your time this morning, Ms. Galley. And just to clarify, there is no disrespect meant insofar as tribes being here at the same public forum with others. It's just that this is a general public forum at the start of our board meetings. And so there are others that are here to talk about other issues there, and know that through our tribal liaison, we have direct tribal to tribal consultations with tribes. So this isn't the only time or forum that this board engages with tribes. And so, but thank you for your comments and for even voicing that concern there. So thank you, really appreciate that. Next, we have, I think, Ms. Chichizola. Would like to provide an opportunity for you to finish your comments. And thank you for bearing with us on the technical difficulties.
Hi, can you hear or see me?
We can hear you, which is good.
Okay, well, that's fine. I just wanted to finish my comments.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry that I was cutting out. I'm actually in a hotel room right now. So I just wanted to say that I feel like the state board doesn't always understand the authority that you have in these situations. Beyond the water rights decision 90.5, you also have the authority to have hearings on preserving the Trinity River's water as part of a water rights adjudication. You have the authority to help Humboldt County with the release of the 50,000 acre feet of water to stop fish kills in the Klamath River. You have the authority to go after this unreasonable use of water that is happening in the Scott and Shasta River systems, where illegal dams are being built in cold water tributaries, and large diversions are happening just for grazing fields. And you have the authority to protect the public trust and to protect the tribal trust. And the salmon species are tribal trust species and are a public trust species. And also, if extra cold water is put into the Sacramento system, especially, and in the Trinity River system, that protects drinking water quality too, because toxic algae blooms, as you know, are extremely bad for drinking water quality, and cold water stops toxic algae blooms. So I just feel like this is not a situation where we're going after, say, people's drinking water supplies in LA or San Francisco. We realize that people need healthy water supplies, and drinking water is a human right. But salmon for Native people is also a human right, and doing actions to save the salmon and protect the public trust in this situation will make better water quality for everyone. Meanwhile, while I was driving down here, I couldn't help but to notice the massive expansion of the almond orchards. And I just think that's not in the interest of the public trust. A lot of almonds are exported, and they're permanent crops that can't be fallowed. And so we just need to think more about how we're using the water and how we're protecting water quality. I deal with a lot of your water quality management plans, and I know that not only is the amount of water going into the system an issue, but the water that's being used comes back into the system as highly polluted water from some of these farmers, such as Westlands. And that's also unreasonable use of water, to use it to water poisons the lands. And that's where our clean water from the Shasta Reservoir and the Trinity River is going. So I think that's probably my time, since I also already got about 30 seconds at the beginning before I cut out. And I thank you so much. And the last thing I would say is just that consultation is not consent. And a lot of these projects that are going forward, such as the Delta tunnels and sites reservoir that the governor is really supports, and these voluntary agreements not only don't have consultation, but they don't have consent from the tribes. And I feel like it's just really important that the state starts really dealing with these issues. What is important, what only benefits a few, and what benefits everyone. So thank you so much and have a great day.
Thank you as well, Ms. Chichizola. Really appreciate your comments and thank you for the support. And then I believe Mr. Loffer, is Mr. McManus on the platform here with us?
Yes, let's see if we can go ahead and get him unmuted. Mr. McManus, on your phone, I believe it's going to be a *6 to unmute. All right, Chair Escobar, we have invited him multiple times, and unfortunately, I'm not sure if he's busy on another call or if he's having technical issues.
I apologize, Mr. McManus. Okay, yeah, looking like we probably won't be able to get you there. And I believe that concludes now then public forum. Is that correct, Mr. Loffer?
Correct.
I just want to thank everyone who did take the time this morning to address the board. You know, I wanted to be able to get through everyone's comments, so you didn't hear really much reflection from us, and we were certainly listening. And so just thank everyone. Certainly we are in difficult circumstances here. We'll get a hydrologic update here insofar as the drought that we continue to be managing through. But we know that it is drought and it is times of dry conditions that we really see the stress cracks show themselves in our water systems here, and the balancing that the board is called to do is all the more critical in that space. So just thank you everyone for the time this morning, and that concludes public forum. And so we can now move on to our first item, which is adoption of the previous board meeting minutes. If someone would like to make a motion, I think we're prepared.
I'll move adoption of the minutes.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Ms. Townsend. Can you please call the roll call vote?
Yes. Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Dodek.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. And so that takes care of item number 1. We now move on to uncontested item number 2. Is Ms. Townsend, is it still uncontested?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Oh, hold on one moment. I'm sorry. I take that back. We do have a speaker, but it was to speak if necessary.
Okay. And the individual, we can ask them now. If I mean, we can go ahead and take the item and or just check in with the individual if they feel they need to speak. And if not, then perhaps it remains uncontested at that point.
And so, Chair Esquivel, that's Mr. Stein representing SWRCB, and I think it really was just there to support. But Mr. Stein, we've invited you to unmute if there was anything you wanted to pull this off consent for.
No, thank you. I'm just here to answer any questions that the board members may have.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that then. Board members, seeing none then, I think we can go ahead and keep it on the uncontested item and would be open to a motion.
I'll move for adoption.
Second?
I'll second.
Thank you both. And Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Board Member Dodek.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you as well. And item is adopted. And thank you to the regional board and their good work on this. Really do appreciate it. And the not hearing it isn't reflective of the good work. So thank you. Next, we'll move on to our informational items. And our first item is an update on the current hydrologic conditions. So I'd like to invite staff up to begin that. And then after that item, I'll just note, we'll take a break and then continue on with our agenda.
So Janine, you need to elevate. There you go. Okay.
Thank you. I couldn't unmute myself.
Sorry about that. Good morning.
It's okay. Thank you, and good morning, Chair Esquivel, and Vice Chair Diadamo, and the other members of the board. My name is Alessia Siglari, and I am an engineer with the Division of Water Rights. I'm here to present item number 3, hydrology update for the Bay Delta watershed. And from the Division of Water Rights with me today, there are Diane Riddle, Assistant Deputy Director overseeing Bay Delta hearings and special projects, and Matt Holland, Environmental Program Manager of the Bay Delta section. As usual, the presentation will include precipitation, snowpack, major reservoir conditions, an update on supplemental water project for term 91, drought update, and temperature and precipitation forecast. Next slide, please. This first slide shows precipitation totals for different years historically for Northern Sierra. The 8-station index for May 3rd, 2021 shows Northern Sierra 48% of historical average for this date. The dark blue line represents the current daily precipitation at 22.9 inches. And as you can see, we're below last year, 2019, 2020, and close to the 1976, 1977 driest through August year level for this date. Next slide, please. We can see the same pattern for the San Joaquin Basin. The 5-station index for May 3rd shows Central Sierra 49% of historical average for this date. Again, the dark blue line represents current daily precipitation at 18.2 inches, and no significant precipitation was present in the last 2 months. Next slide, please. The 6-station index for May 3rd shows Southern Sierra 36% of historical average for this date. The dark blue line represents the current daily precipitation on 9.6 inches, with no significant precipitation in the last 2 months. And we're very close to the 1976, 1977 year line. Next slide, please. The slide shows California's snow water content. The snow water content is the amount of water contained within the snowpack, and it can be thought as the depth of water that would result if we melted the entire snowpack instantaneously. We are at below average snowpack and critically at 17% of average statewide. On May 3rd, Northern, Central, and Southern Sierra were at 16, 23, and 9% of average, with 11, 18, and 7 inches of snow water content respectively. Next slide, please. Current reservoir conditions, also your critical situation. Reservoir levels are low. Northern reservoirs are way below historical average. Shasta is at 50% of capacity and 58% of historical average. Lake Oroville at 42% of capacity and 51% of historical average. Folsom Lake at 37% of capacity and 49% of historical average. Central and Southern California reservoirs are also mostly below average. San Luis is at 50% of capacity and 57% of historical average. Don Pedro Reservoir is at 67% of capacity and 92% of historical average, and New Malone is at 61% of capacity, 97% of historical average. Next slide, please. More in detail, this graph shows Lake Oroville levels for different water years. We have listed the 1976, 1977 driest year on record, the 1982 and 1983 wettest year, the 2014-15 drought year, and last water year 2019-2020, together with the current one with in the blue line. Lake Oroville level is 1,500,000 acre-feet, very close to the driest year. Next slide, please. This graph represents Lake Shasta level, about 2.3 million acre-feet, which is about the same level as at the beginning of the water year, at the beginning of October. Still way below average. Next slide, please. Folsom Lake level is at about 360,000 acre-feet, very close to the 1976, 1977 water year level for this time of the year. Next slide, please. And New Melones level is about 1.45 million acre-feet, close to historical average for this period of the year. Next slide. Here we have St. Louis Reservoir. The level is 1 million acre-feet, which is lower than the driest year. Next slide, please. So not only we see critical levels in reservoirs, but also predictions of inflows are low. This slide shows an update for the month of April of Bulletin 120. The table shows April through July inflow forecast in reservoirs and the percentage of average for the 90% exceedance probability for some of the major reservoirs in California. And the last column to the right is an addition to the Bulletin 120 original table, represents the difference between April through July forecast inflow given on April 27 and what was forecasted on April 1st. Looking at Shasta Lake, the first row, there's a difference of about 170,000 acre-feet. And for the inflow into Oroville, there's a difference of about 140,000 acre-feet. On the Yuba River, about 60,000 acre-feet. And for the American River below Folsom Lake, a difference of about 110,000 acre-feet. So just accounting for these four watersheds differences, we are counting about 480,000 acre-feet of reduced inflow projected for the period April through July on April 27, respect to what had been forecasted on April 1st. Another way of seeing this might be considering the 90% exceedance as not correctly representative of this water year. And similar reduction in inflow have been forecasted in the San Joaquin Basin as well. This information just delivered was part of Bulletin 120 for April, and we look forward to the next Bulletin 120 release on May 10th. Next slide, please. Update for other reservoirs. Cachuma is at about 60% of capacity and 68% of average. Diamond Lake at 83% of capacity. And St. Louis Reservoir, 50% of capacity and 57% of average. Next slide, please. In response to the current conditions, on April 29, the State Water Board invoked the curtailments of water rights in the Delta watershed that include water rights permit license term 91. As supplies continue to tighten and agriculture demand increases, we might notify additional water right holders in accordance with their holders' water right priorities. The water might not be available for their use. Under term 91, permit and license holders must cease diversions when the State Board issues notice that term 91 is into effect. And this happens when the Delta is in balance conditions and the satisfaction of in-basin entitlements, including maintenance of the Delta water quality and flow requirements, required releases of supplemental project water by the Central Valley Project and or State Water Project. And just explaining what's in this graph, the blue line represents the supplemental project water for the current water year, and the blue dashed line represents previous water year 2019-2020. As April 28, supplemental project water was 2,630 cubic feet per second, and the delta was in balance condition. Yesterday, on May 3rd, supplemental project water was at 2,675 CFS. Next slide, please. The slide depicts drought condition in California for April 27. All the state has some sort of drought conditions. About 5% is an exceptional drought conditions, 47% are extreme drought, 35% are severe drought, and 10% of the state is at a moderate drought conditions. Next slide, please. This slide represents Colorado Basin River Forecast Center drought monitor for April 27. Colorado presents the Colorado Basin presents 54% of exceptional drought conditions, about 27 of extreme drought, 11% of severe drought, and about 7% of moderate drought conditions. And again, looking at the last previous year, the last row of the table, at the bottom, you can see big differences. About 57% of the basin had no drought conditions last year. Next slide, please. Here we have the U.S. seasonal drought outlook, valid for April 15 through July 31st. As you can see, drought is forecasted to persist in California. Next slide, please. And here the Colorado River Basin snow water equivalent. As you can see in the legend, the little umbrella symbol represents the percentage of average precipitation, and the snowflake represent the percent of median snow water equivalent. Color scale from red to purple at the top indicate that indicate from 50 to 150% of average precipitation or percent of median water, median snow water equivalent. And so on the graph, half of the total area has no color shades, which means those areas stands at less than 50% of median. The rest of the basin has colors that vary from red to orange and yellow, mostly representing that the basin stands at 50 to 75% of median. Next slide, please. And here the 8 to 14 days temperature forecast for May 2nd shows chances of below average for Central California and average for the northern part of the state. This outlook is valid from May 10th to May 16th. Next slide, please. The precipitation outlook from May 2nd shows chances of below average precipitation in Northern California and average precipitation for the rest of the state. And this outlook is valid from May 10th to May 16th. This concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any question you might have.
Thank you so much. Certainly stark circumstances out there, particularly, even using the 90th percentile, it looks like inflow projections are well below. So sounding more like a 99th percentile sort of year, which is, it's unprecedented. As I understand it, the snowpack equivalent has diminished very quickly. The snowpack moisture has diminished pretty quickly as well. That the month of April's abnormally warm temperatures has led to a quickening of the snowpack melting, but it hasn't, as we've seen, really materialized in the reservoirs. This is very disconcerting, to say the least. And I know there's a lot of challenges currently just in generally project operations and how communities are responding to this unprecedented dryness, really. So no questions, just know that there's just going to be a lot of concern. Board members?
I just have more of a comment to make, and that is, I agree, Chair Esquivel, this is very disconcerting, and in particular, the inflow projections being off, and then with the soils being so dry. Nonetheless, I do appreciate that going into this drought, there seems to be greater collaboration and improved organization and communication. So just appreciate the improvements in the systems, communication systems and organization. And I know that we'll have lots more discussions going forward, but I did just want to make that comment.
Thank you for the comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Yeah, I'll just echo the comments already shared. I too share the severe concerns that we all have here relative to the drought and how it's evolving and how quickly it's come upon us in such a short amount of time. And in some respects, you know, we knew last year was dry, and there's always the potential for multiple dry years to, you know, stack up on themselves. And but it still felt like this came out of nowhere in some respects. So I want to bring up something I've mentioned in the past, which is coverage in this report, which is very helpful. And I really appreciate all the updates on the Bay Delta watershed, Colorado River Basin, and some of the other reservoirs. But I still think it's important to recognize the other watersheds in the state. And in this case, I want to call particular attention to the Russian River watershed and the fact that the governor declared a regional drought emergency, specifically targeting that watershed. So I do think it's important that we have a space for an update, in this case on Lake Mendocino, Lake Sonoma, and any of the other watersheds in the North Coast area that we've heard about quite a bit already today in the Trinity and Klamath River basins. We've heard about the Shasta, the Scott River. These all, you know, share many of the same dry conditions and issues that we're experiencing in the Bay Delta watershed. So, you know, I feel like, you know, it's incumbent on us as state board members and our broad statewide responsibility to consider those other watersheds as well. And I would really value that information being shared and provided at some appropriate frequency with this update. So this is more of just a request going forward. If you have something to share today, I'd really appreciate hearing that. But we're experiencing dire conditions all over, and I think it's important that we have all the information out there.
I do not have the update for today, but we'll provide next time.
Thank you, Ms. Clear. I know that we have to quickly pull together this informational item, and so, but to Board Member McGuire's point, you know, we'll continue to make sure that we have something a little more comprehensive into the future here with a little more time as well. So, any other questions or comments from fellow board members? Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate this.
Thank you.
All right, we're at 10:30. Let's go ahead and take just a 10-minute break.
Chair Esquivel,
yes,
we do
yes.
have one public comment.
Oh, I apologize. I apologize. I meant to, yeah, Mr. OBG. I did see that there. We will not take our break. We still have one comment before we close out this item. I apologize. Mr. OBG.
Thank you, Chair Escobar, members. My name is Doug Obiji with the Natural Resources Defense Council. I did want to talk briefly about the updated hydrology and how badly that means for salmon this year. Unfortunately, conditions are far worse for salmon than what was presented in the workshop just 2 weeks ago. That's the result both of the worsening hydrology as well as the operational decisions that the projects have made. You know, first, as you heard today, the runoff forecasts are far worse than what was presented even at the beginning of the month. You know, the latest forecasts look far worse than the April 1st 99th percentile exceedance. And so we've lost several 100,000 acre feet of inflow. The second problem is that starting in April, the Bureau of Reclamation dramatically ramped up its releases from Shasta and Keswick in order to meet deliveries to the Sacramento River settlement contractors. You know, that was dramatically higher than what was needed for meeting water quality standards, and certainly there were no water temperature requirements. We all know that these early season releases deplete the cold water pool, and yet we let that happen. And as a result of those excessive releases, The size of the cold water pool behind Shasta Dam is now worse than what we had, smaller than what we had in 2014 and 2015. And at the same time, last month, the projects completely violated Delta water quality standards. NMS's Southwest Fishery Science Center has done updated modeling of temperature-dependent mortality based on reclamation's operations, and it's far worse than what was presented to you 2 weeks ago. So the Bureau's proposed operations, or at least what we understand they propose, including the hydropower bypasses and transferring 150,000 acre feet, would result in an estimated 75% temperature-dependent mortality of endangered winter run Chinook salmon, nearly wipe out fall run salmon, and leave end of September carryover storage less than 1 million acre feet. On the other hand, they did also model operations that would reduce reservoir releases by about 500,000 acre feet, limiting maximum releases to 6,000 CFS in the summer. And that alternative would reduce temperature-dependent mortality of winter run down to approximately 50%, give fall run Chinook salmon a fighting chance in terms of water temperatures, and result in carryover storage close to 1.47 million acre feet. I want to thank the board for sending the letter to the state and federal water projects last month, highlighting that the water projects have violated water quality standards and that they are over allocating water in dry years and appear to be planning on regulatory non-compliance. We strongly agree. And I'm grateful that the board continues to press reclamation to model alternative operations, working with NIPS and others. But unfortunately, it's been 2 months since we and our partners asked the board to take immediate action, and it's early May, and reclamation still hasn't prepared a temperature management plan, even as they're depleting the cold water pool, and the slow-moving train wreck is happening before our eyes. And so therefore, we request that the board require reclamation to limit releases to 6,000 CFS this summer, because that's the only alternative that's been presented that keeps mortality down to approximately 50% for endangered salmon this year. And we urge the board to issue curtailment orders immediately. The term 91 curtailments only apply to a small subset of water rights holders, but given that the projects are violating water quality standards last month and anticipate seeking TUCPs and further violations this summer, as well as failing to provide reasonable protection upstream, we believe the time to take action is now so that we can maintain water quality, hopefully not have too many harmful algal blooms, and give salmon a fighting chance this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. OBG. I know there's a lot of discussion happening in real time with our staff and the projects and the stakeholders, including you, all involved. And so, we're trying our best here to keep informed of the status of things, but then also ensure that we're creating the space for a real sense of urgency, but then also cooperation that, we are going to get through this best by having transparent, open discussions, by having all options on the table, and all of us collectively putting in our time and effort here. We saw that in the last drought. And as Vice Chair Diadamo said, it's one of our better assets here. And to your point, even the modeling and cooperation the projects have done with NIMS, as we discussed at the last workshop, is a movement and is good. And again, these conversations all do not come easy, but they are certainly being had and will continue to be had here at the board. So I appreciate your comments today.
So a question, if I may, and
by all means, board member, please.
I'm not sure to whom to direct it. It might be to Ms. Silbeck, but given that I concur with the chair that it's important to have a transparent and open process and to make sure that everyone knows what's happening, and things are happening, discussions are taking place, collaboration and coordination is going on. So given that we had the workshop several weeks ago now, I was not clear moving forward what our next step before the board is. Are we waiting until the Bureau submits something before having another public process, a public discussion? Given what Mr. Obiji said in terms of things that are changing and status-wise, seems like conditionings are worsening. I would prefer that we have some sort of check-in and not just wait until the Bureau submit their proposed plan. So what is the timing going forward for there to be some sort of board engagement and discussion on this issue.
So I can take a.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Eileen. I didn't know you were. Well, I'll take a first shot, and feel free to augment what I have to say. So first, we certainly understand time is of the essence right now. There is additional modeling and analysis coming in every day, both from, well, maybe not every day, but it's dynamic right now, coming in both from reclamation and from NIMS on both hydrology and then the sort of outcome for temperature dependent mortality. And it's changing a bit as new information comes in. We are expecting, hopefully soon, a draft temperature management plan or strategy from reclamation. Internally, we're looking at various options as to how we could move forward and what we could do in this situation, but have not come to any decisions and do intend to brief all of the board members on those options. But to some extent, I think it does depend on reclamation's initial proposal. The normal course of action with our temperature management planning is, of course, to get a temperature management plan, and then we've got 10 days to approve or reject it. And so, nothing definitive at this point, but that's generally the process.
And in the meantime, reclamation continuing operating and making releases?
They are, that's correct.
And that is the will of the board? It apparently seemed to be.
Board member, did you leave us?
I can't say that's the will of the board. That's just what's occurring right now. As I said, we are taking in the data. It's coming in, it's changing, and we're evaluating options. We did, as Mr. Obiji indicated, send a letter out last week regarding the D1641 compliance issues. And as part of that letter, requested information from the projects that though not absolutely directly related to Shasta temperature management, there's a lot of overlap there in terms of ability to preserve storage in all of the project reservoirs to both protect temperature, but pretty much all fishery and environmental needs, as well as municipal and industrial uses, as well as salinity control in the Delta. So there's a lot of overlap. I wish, I had a definitive answer for you, Board Member Dodak. At this point, I just don't. As you know, it's a very challenging year.
Yeah, and board member, what we don't have the benefit of here are the project operators themselves. And so in part, your questions and good questions and points are a little difficult for us to answer in absence of our operators here. But I think, as Eric said, there are at the staff level, I know, conversations going on. When it comes to the will of this board and how we will handle those things, that moment will come here, I'm sure, quite soon. But we just literally found out about a lot of information insofar as the reduced inflows, the 90th percentile not matching up what operations for the project operators were going to be. And they're needing to figure that out now. And I know that's happening in real time. And it's not at the will of the board that nothing happens here, but it is at this point, we need to have a proper conversation around it. And we're missing half of that equation here.
And when do we intend to have the other half of the equation appear to have that discussion?
I think the reality is that it'll have to be soon here. We meet, as you know, board member, about every 2 weeks. And so I think what you'll find is the occasion will be at the next board meeting or sometime thereafter. It isn't just these board meetings that we're informed about information as board members as well. So I encourage you to connect with Eric and folks.
I understand that, and I do, but it is at this board meeting that there is that transparent openness to the public and to stakeholders in terms of the information that we are getting and the direction that we are giving to staff. So I will hereby make request that we have that public discussion as soon as possible in light of the developments and the urgency of the situation.
You have my strong commitment around having that transparent discussion and ensuring that we have our decision-making informed in a way, and again, this is just us here right now, and makes that decision, that discussion not possible, but do know that it's something that it is a focus of mine. And I appreciate your support in that, board member. So thank you.
Thank you.
I welcome further discussion from board members here. And then otherwise, we can leave it on that note for the informational item. Okay. Thank you, board member. Let's go ahead and take that 10-minute break. And when we come back, we will proceed to item number 4, which is an update on the study for the development of quality assurance recommendations for laboratories for C. daphnia or C. daphnia dubia, or water flea. Thanks, everyone. See you in 10 minutes.
Mr. Fisher, you had your hand up.
Yeah, hi, how are you?
Is there something I can help you with?
Yeah, I was just going to respond to the last discussion and talk about possibilities of something people could vote on now. Delaying 2 more weeks is not really an option for the fish, but I know the public comment period's over, so it's probably.
And I'll also say, since there was no action noticed for today on the hydro update and related to 90-5 or Shasta, the board would not have been able to act today.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, and I guess I would just counter to that. Let's get this on the agenda as soon as possible so that board members actually must vote on complying with what's being asked of them. I don't know what venue there is for a member of the public to suggest something like that, to get it on the agenda. There's very specific asks there that I think they should be voting up or down on.
Well, I think the board heard that loud and clear, and then you heard Member Dodek, so we'll work off of that.
Okay.
Just letting you know that you're on.
Yes, we know that, Eric. Thanks.
Who's speaking? Is this the chief counsel? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Take care.
Okay, everyone, it's 10:56. I think we can start gathering back. Okay, well, I think we can now move on to item number 4, which will be an update on the study for the development of quality assurance recommendations for laboratories conducting the C. dubia toxicity test. And so I'd like to call folks up to begin presenting.
Good morning, Chair Escobar. This is Karen Mogus. I am Deputy Director of the Division of Water Quality, and I'll just tee up this item. We have Zane Paulson here from our standards unit, as well as Rich Brewer to support our presentation today, and then our Office of Chief Counsel Attorney Elizabeth Barrett. And leading the presentation today is an environmental scientist in our standards section, John Wheeler. And really appreciate the opportunity to update you on the study that we are working on developing the scope of work for with our stakeholders and expert panel, and more to come on the details of those groups. But with that, I will hand it to John Wheeler to start the presentation.
Okay, thanks, Karen. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is John Wheeler, and I'm an environmental scientist in the Division of Water Quality. I will provide an update on the study for the development of quality assurance recommendations for laboratories conducting the Cereodaphnia dubia toxicity test, also known as the C. dubia study. Next slide, please. So I will start with a brief description of the background and rationale for conducting the C. dubia study. I will then provide the State Water Board with a quick overview of the study and a status update. Then I will describe the major components of the study work plan. Next slide, please. So on December 1st, 2020, the State Water Board adopted the toxicity provisions. Although the provisions are not yet established, they include numeric effluent limitations for certain non-stormwater National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES, dischargers, an application of the median monthly effluent limitation for the C. dubia chronic toxicity test may be delayed for some dischargers until January 1st, 2024, as specified in the toxicity provisions. And so during this time, the State Water Board committed to conducting a study in collaboration with stakeholders and laboratories. And also during the December 1st board meeting that I mentioned a moment ago, the State Water Board requested an informational item to learn more about the study once the study work plan was close to being finalized. So that's why we are here today. Next slide, please. The C. dubia test has been used for many decades, and the currently promulgated protocol was established nearly 20 years ago by the United States Environmental Protection Agency, also known as US EPA. The method provides some flexibility to laboratories in how they conduct the test. So for example, there are multiple options for preparing culture water and food. In some instances, the manual is silent on test techniques, which leaves laboratories to use their best professional judgment for how to conduct certain aspects of the test. And so due to this flexibility, accredited laboratories may conduct the C. dubia test differently, which may lead to laboratories achieving different levels of performance. Next slide, please. So to be clear, the C. dubia method is well established and validated, and the method is currently being used in California. So for example, it is used to assess compliance with effluent limitations in NPDES wastewater permits. The method is used to assess ambient toxicity in the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program, or SWAMP. It is used to assess compliance with toxicity requirements in stormwater permits, and it's also used in agricultural regulatory programs. And Cereodaphnia dubia is an important species in terms of environmental protection because it is the most commonly used freshwater invertebrate for chronic toxicity testing. And so the small differences between laboratories that I mentioned on the previous slide may lead to variability both within and among laboratories, which could influence test results. Next slide, please. Although State Water Board staff are confident that the CDUBA test is reliable, recent studies have found that some laboratories could improve their performance. Additionally, the adopting resolution for the toxicity provisions acknowledged that there is value in conducting a quality assurance study to determine whether more specific guidelines for test method execution or laboratory best practices might help to reduce within test variability and increase public confidence in the CDUBA chronic test. So the State Water Board contracted with the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project Authority, also known as SWRCB, to conduct a study. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the study is to investigate test conditions and factors that can be controlled to reduce within test variability and improve a laboratory's performance. Also, the study aims to evaluate the consistency and comparability of CDUBA toxicity testing among laboratories. So the goal of the study is to provide guidance on laboratory techniques in order to improve lab performance. And ultimately, the study provides an opportunity to improve stakeholder and public confidence in laboratory performance. Next slide, please. So the CDUBA study is a quality assurance study to determine whether laboratory best practices might be recommended to improve lab performance. It is not a method validation study to determine whether CDUBA should be used in California regulatory programs. And it is not intended to estimate false positive or false negative rates using the test of significant toxicity or any other statistical approach. Next slide, please. So here's a list of the major steps involved in conducting the study, as well as a status update. So the first step was to form a stakeholder advisory committee to help provide input on the study. So this step has been completed. The committee includes representatives from State Water Board staff, US EPA, regional water boards, non-governmental organizations, wastewater dischargers, stormwater dischargers, agricultural dischargers, and laboratories. And this includes both municipal and commercial labs. So the next step was to form an expert panel to help guide the study and provide scientific input. This step has also been completed. The expert panel is composed of 5 scientists from the United States and Canada. The scientists were chosen from outside of California to avoid any potential conflict of interest. And so 3 members specialize in freshwater aquatic toxicology. 1 member specializes in quality assurance for whole effluent toxicity or WET testing. And 1 member is a biostatistician. So continuing with the overview, the next step was to create a study work plan to lay out the major steps of the study. This step has been completed, and both panels that I mentioned a moment ago have commented on draft versions of the study work plan. So before I explain the contents of the study work plan, I will point out that the State Water Board has the final approval authority for the work plan. And once the work plan is finalized, SWRCB will conduct the study following the steps outlined in the work plan. And after the study is conducted, SWRCB will produce a report. Next slide, please. Okay, so now I will describe the details of the study work plan. It is organized into 5 major steps. The first one is to create a governance structure, and that step has been completed. It's composed of the committee and the panel that I mentioned on the last slide. And these groups have met and have discussed the scope and intent of the study. Next slide, please. So step 2 is to analyze data and lab techniques. So the goal of step 2 is to figure out which laboratory techniques might explain variability. And step 2 has several subtasks associated with it. The first one is to create an inventory of lab techniques used by laboratories. The second subtask is to gather historical toxicity test data from the laboratories. And the historical data will be analyzed to quantify the level of variability within and among laboratories. And so there's an optional subtask, which is to collect new data by conducting split sample testing. And this will be explained further in a few minutes. Next slide, please. So steps 3 and 4, I will just point out right now, they are drafted in a preliminary form, and they will be refined and clarified after we know the results from step 2. So step 3 is to optimize lab techniques and recommend lab technique guidance. So the goal of step 3 is to create a draft guidance document on specific laboratory techniques that are expected to minimize variability. This step may involve toxicity testing by a small number of laboratories, depending on the results from step 2. Next slide, please. Step 4 is to evaluate the lab technique guidance document that will be created in step 3. So the goal of step 4 is to verify that those draft recommendations from step 3 do in fact reduce variability both within and among laboratories. And in order to accomplish this verification, split samples may be distributed to laboratories for testing, or a different approach may be more suitable to answer this question. Next slide, please. And finally, step 5 is to produce a report which will include final recommended guidance for laboratories. And this report will be developed in consultation with the Stakeholder Advisory Committee and the expert panel. Next slide, please. So now I will discuss a proposed addition to the work plan. So in late March, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies, or CASA, submitted recommendations for how to conduct split sample testing, mainly as part of step 2 and possibly other steps. So the goal of that would be to assess interlaboratory variability. So just referring back to step 2 for a moment, step 2 is the analysis of historical toxicity test data and creating an inventory of lab techniques. And so the split sample testing may provide additional information that is not captured in that existing data. And so CASA member agencies have offered to provide some funding for split sample analysis, provided that the study design addresses their concerns. And State Water Board staff appreciate the offer of additional funding. And the Stakeholder Advisory Committee and the expert panel have both provided input on the proposed addition to the work plan, which leads me to the next slide, please. So the Stakeholder Advisory Committee met on March 24th to discuss the draft study work plan, and they provided the following comments. And so I'd like to point out that these comments were raised on a prior draft of the work plan, and SWRCB has since revised. Several committee members stated that the proposed approach for split sample testing is premature, and that the analyses of historical data and lab techniques should be completed first, followed by lab testing if necessary. Also, committee members stated that the expert panel should be more involved in the study design, particularly for laboratory analysis. And finally, some members stated that the study should better quantify the amount of variability that is inherent in the C-dubia test method that is observed in laboratories. Next slide, please. So the expert panel met on April 12th and again on April 27th to discuss the draft work plan. On April 27th, the panel provided their conditional approval of the work plan with the following revisions. So first of all, panel members stated that the work plan should be iterative and flexible, with each step building upon information obtained in prior steps, and with opportunities for the expert panel to provide input at each major step along the way. And several panelists felt that the process had been a little bit rushed up to this point in time, and so they requested additional time to provide their comments in the future. And also the panel would like SWRCB to include information about the qualifications and expertise of the individuals at SWRCB who will be performing the data analysis. So the expert panel also stated that the proposed approach for split sample testing is premature. And so before deciding on whether to incorporate the proposed addition into the work plan, the panel believes that SWRCB should complete the analyses of historical data and laboratory techniques, because the results from these analyses will inform future steps. Also, the panel stated that they would like to communicate directly with laboratories, and SWRCB agreed to facilitate meetings in order for this to happen. And so the purpose of these meetings will be to gather additional information on laboratory techniques as part of step 2. So remember from before, one subtask of step 2 is to create an inventory of lab techniques. And finally, one panelist pointed out that some areas of flexibility in the CDUBA chronic method are included intentionally in order to provide environmental relevance to the test. And the study should not try to standardize all areas of flexibility in the test method. Next slide, please. So before concluding my presentation, I would like to provide the board with a few key dates. SWRCB will produce a final report by March 30th of 2023. The report will summarize the study results and provide recommendations to improve toxicity data quality and comparability. And staff from the Division of Water Quality will report on the findings and recommendations of the study to the State Water Board by July 2023. Next slide, please. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you all for your time and attention. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much. No immediate questions from me. I know I'm sure there'll be some discussion back and forth around the study design. We do have quite a handful of commenters. I believe we have about 7, 8 or so. And so we can get to those, but any questions from the board members? Great. Thank you for the good presentation, and let's go ahead and then get into discussion on public comments here. And the first person I'd like to call up then is Jared Voskuhl. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Chair SWRCB and board members. Great to see you all. Jared Voskuhl with CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents more than 125 public agencies and municipalities that engage in wastewater collection, treatment, recycling, and resource recovery. And our mission is to provide trusted information and advocacy on behalf of California clean water agencies. Numerous CASA members have the Cereodaphnia dubia water flea in their permits. And so we are very grateful that the State Water Board has initiated this study to examine inter-lab variability and intra-lab variability aspects of the Cereodaphnia test in order to provide these quality assurance recommendations. Making sure different labs get the same results on the same sample is of the utmost importance to our sector in regards to the stakes of these regulations. And we've appreciated all the effort and work by Ken and Alvina at SWRCB to facilitate multiple meetings for the stakeholder advisory group and the expert panel to develop a work plan for the study. With the first steps now underway, I wanted to provide an update from our sector's perspective on its progress this morning. As you know, our overarching concern with the regulations was the quality assurance matter of different labs reaching different conclusions of toxicity in the same sample. And our primary concern this morning is with the associated studies timing. Now, the topic of the toxicity provisions were last before you 6 months ago. And when the regulations were adopted, we had brought more formed language in the adopting resolution about interlab variability and split sampling testing for your consideration, but our request was respectfully declined. And in the process, we were assured by staff that the specificity we were seeking wasn't needed for several reasons. One was that the regulatory materials that were included in the adopting materials already had sufficient language to provide for that interlab variability analyses we had described. Another was because staff advised the specific scientific inquiries we sought would be more fitting in the scoping process for the expert panel to provide the stakeholder group for them to evaluate their research priorities, because 3, there was a real issue of resources, and the specific tests we were discussing would cost additional money beyond the State Water Board's funding commitment. And so the stakeholders would need to examine the trade-offs and how exactly the study would be and what our priorities were. And it was unknown whether there would be enough funds or in-kind commitments to empirically assess and quantify the interlaboratory hypotheses we're interested. And so as resources came forward, staff assured us there would be discretion from the funding entities or the participating labs providing in-kind services about where and how those resources could be applied. And so we accepted this from the board, and the provisions were adopted as is. And we've been very supportive of the stakeholder advisory group and the expert panel. And through outreach to our members, we've been able to raise about $500,000 for that additional research we are interested, which was only abstractly in discussion at your last board meeting. Our members are very interested in making sure that as we go through the next 2 years, driving towards numeric effluent limits, that we'll have a study that answers the original questions we brought to the table. I know there are a handful of folks who think our concerns really aren't issues, and we'd like them, with their confidence in what the outcome of our inquiries would be, to be supportive of this endeavor and acknowledge the residual skepticism, but recognize that we have this opportunity together now to co-design a study to dispel the concerns with false indications of toxicity or with different determinations in the same sample between labs. Timing-wise, this is a 2-year study. If it were a 4-quarter sporting event, we'd be going into that 2nd quarter right now, and then it's halftime. And at this junction, we've only commenced the very first step. So like others, we were concerned with the overall timing, and even one of the expert panel members last week advised that the study timeline should be extended further so that they could properly perform the task and analyses which have been set out before them. And I think that's important to know because, you know, it's not just that we're pursuing science-based policy here, but because of the stakes of these regulations, there's penalties for non-compliance. And so an expert's comment this early on about the need for more time should be flagged. We certainly would welcome extending the regulations automatic implementation date to 2025 to provide the experts that desire time. That's probably a premature decision at this point, and we're not seeking it this morning, to be sure. And we think there is a way forward while meeting the deadline, but it's going to have to be an aggressive schedule. So in the coming weeks, we'll be reaching out to labs just to piggyback on other efforts to reach out to them, to encourage them to promptly provide the requested materials to the research team so their analysis can begin. That portion of the study is due by September 30th. So time is pretty short. Additionally, numerous members on the stakeholder group have career-spanning expertise in stereo testing, and we think they might be able to lend some time to generate initial working drafts of the more technical and detailed materials the expert panel called for, requesting a desire to have different parts of the study more spelled out. And so in the hopes of being expedient and being efficient with time and relying on our experts and our stakeholders who have that expertise, we think working concurrently where possible, though it obviously couldn't be complete work until it's filled in with the details of that September 30th technical memorandum, it could help push the ball forward and help on the timeline. So with those remarks, I appreciate your time this morning. We're happy to answer any other questions. And I know we have a few other members who'll be speaking to you, and we're supportive of their comments as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voskuil. And I appreciate the dollars and resources that the agencies have putting to, again, I know an issue that you want to see explored, and split sample testing be important to try to get to what is felt to be, kind of a real flaw and issue with the use of C. dubia. But I think appropriately we have the expert panel that is helping to ensure that question be asked, but it be asked in a way that gives us the scientific, and as you said, science-based policy sort of lead here. And so we're really depending on that expert panel, but to your point, also the stakeholders who I know have a lot of great expertise here. And I appreciate the commitment to trying to get this done, but get it done right, and the flag for perhaps additional time. I think at this point, to your point, it's just about driving to get to a good understanding of how to improve at least in-lab variability, and then inter-lab variability as it may exist, and really continue to ensure that the use of C. dubia and the water fluid generally is in fact a useful tool, and isn't creating false positives or needlessly adding to what is, I know, already costly compliance, but compliance that is really critical to help keep our watersheds clean. And this toxicity testing really is our last line for what we know are emerging contaminants of concern that we may not even fully understand at this point. And so anyway, just thank you. I know you guys are committed to this. I know there's concern again and wanting to ferret out, if you will, and better understand. And I think we're there as well, any intralab variability. But again, the focus of the effort really is to improve ultimately. And to your point though, ensure the trust in the use of C. dubia in toxicity testing. And knowing the many years that we kind of noodled on this very issue, glad at least that we have passage of it, and we can at least use this study to create that final bridge of trust with the laboratory capacity, with our understanding laboratory capacity, but then with our water agencies, wastewater agencies here. So just thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Voskuil. Next, I believe we have Mitchell Mashli. Sorry, I apologize. Trying my best to make sure I pronounce your last name right there.
Hello, Chair Escobar. I'm Mitchell Mishlevitz, and I work for Larry Walker Associates and hello, other board members. I also serve as the regulatory work group co-chair for CASA, and through that, we worked with Karen Mogus and her staff as the provisions were being developed, and then as the provisions neared completion, we came and talked to the board members and discussed the idea of C. dubia and the issues we had. And there, I think we had enough information to say that the test should be looked at a little bit closer. And your point is spot on that the variability in the method is set, but there is variability in the method, and that does allow some different procedures to be used in different labs, which may result in different. So the idea of the study would be to look at that and see what are the best practices. Through that whole process working through, I was named the PHW representative for the stakeholder committee. So I've been working in there. Happy to answer any insider questions you may have on how that's going. But the process is working itself out. And as John mentioned, there were iterations between the stakeholder committee and the science expert panel on the work plan. And it went from a conceptual document to now a much more working document where we're ready to proceed with the data collection. But the work plan is incomplete. It does make sense that it's incomplete because the task 2 data collection, looking at the data, will inform task 3, which execute those, they will inform task 4. But we look at this and we see, as Jared pointed out, the timeline is, the clock on the wall keeps going. The timeline is getting compressed. And the thing that we are most interested in is this idea of inter-lab variability. You take one sample, send it to 2 different labs. We want the method and the guidance to be there so that both labs treat those samples the same way, using the method and the variability or the flexibility in the method, so that when the answer comes back, you get the same answer. The idea that John Baylor on the science panel pointed out that good science does take time. And if we rush the steps, then you rush the science, and you just get better answers when you take the time you need to do the work you need to do to get the answers. So just as was pointed out previously, we would like to flag that we see that there's time to do it on paper right now, but as time goes on, I think it'll be a discussion item for everyone involved of how much time is left and how much work is left to be done. It's an exciting process, and the next step for the stakeholder group is to meet with SWRCB and to work out how this iteration is going to play out between task 2 to task 3 to task 4. So I'm excited to participate and look forward to the next steps. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your participation. I know, I really do appreciate and understand that these, particularly the expert panel and the stakeholder group, these convenings, these groups that are really exploring. Again, this is in many ways cutting edge insofar as what other states use, and creating some consensus in that process itself is just really important. And I think again, what we said is yes, yes to split sample testing, yes to ferreting out that laboratory variability, but it has to come at the right point. And I think again, we're really dependent on the expert panel to say this is where it makes sense. And I think at this point, appreciate again the flag for the amount of time that it may take to actually thoroughly get through some of that discussion. So
thank you.
Ms. Mogus, was there anything that you wanted to add?
I just wanted to add a point that we have extended the timeline for the study by 3 months. So we recognize the need for additional time to get all of the work done while still getting it done in the time frame prior to when the effluent limits for Cereodaphnia become effective. So just wanted to make sure you were aware of that.
Thank you for that. Actually, very helpful clarification already. Okay, well, thank you. Next, we have Paul Bador.
Good morning. Looks like I'm on video now. It's great to be before the board again. Again, I'm Paul Bador. I'm an associate with Robertson Bryan Incorporated. I'm providing comments this morning on behalf of the city of Stockton. So you're getting the perspective from the ground level of a discharger. Stockton is one of 50 wastewater treatment plants in the Central Valley that test with Cereodaphnia. And this has been a helpful check-in, and we've enjoyed being a part of the special study process. At the adoption hearing, and really, as Jared pointed out, Mr. Voskuhl, during the preparation of the provisions, the wastewater community clarified that its chief concern is for the potential for these test-related factors to cause non-toxic samples to be declared toxic, and thus potentially cause violations of effluent limits for Cereodaphnia. And throughout the process, we've shared data demonstrating the concern that we've talked about today, testing on blank samples, testing on split effluent samples. And so at the adoption hearing, we were interested in just ensuring that the concern was appropriately framed so that the study would be successful at addressing it. And the board decided during the hearing that the place to frame those questions really was the study work plan. So that's what we're all discussing today, and hence the check-in. And we agree with the process. We've worked with our Stakewater representative, spoke just a moment ago, to provide input throughout the preparation of the work plan. We've enjoyed receiving feedback from the expert panel and other stakeholders. I'm trying to move a consensus approach forward on the study. And so I'm going to get into just a little more detail from our perspective that these initial upfront tasks, the tasks that have been approved by the expert panel to move forward, that SWRCB will compile and analyze a large amount of historical data. And really that data is to identify how these various test factors may relate to how an individual lab's Cereodaphnia culture performs in their own control water or in their own internal quality control tests. And these quality control tests are run on the lab's own control water. So I'm highlighting this in a little more detail just to communicate that what we see, the emphasis here is on Cereodaphnia performance in a lab's own internal control water, and that how that may vary among labs. And we agree with the expert panel and appreciate their feedback that this is going to be valuable in informing subsequent tasks, and then we can iterate from there. But just to be clear at this point, the subsequent tasks have not been developed in detail or as listed or are currently listed as optional in the work plan. And so just as a part of the check-in, we wanted to communicate that it's still a little unclear how or if the study will identify what may cause false indications of toxicity, particularly on non-toxic samples other than the lab's own control water, so water that the organisms don't live in or are cultured in. And hence, the wastewater community's primary concerns appear to be addressed at a subsequent time, although those tasks are not yet well defined. And we respect the fact that there are going to be future refinements to the work plan, and that supplemental work plans will be developed following this upfront body of work. And just as this process continues, development of the work plan, that it's appropriate to ensure that this concern really is addressed, the potential for these test-related factors to cause non-toxic samples to be declared toxic or result in this disagreement between labs. And it's really focusing on these extraneous test factors. As Mr. Wheeler pointed out, there is flexibility in the method so that there is environmental relevance. And the expert panel recognizes, though, it's not those factors, it's the other factors that we want to look at that will help identify what really is potentially causing non-toxic samples to be identified as toxic. In particularly waters besides a lab's own control water, because that ultimately is what a discharger sends in, is a sample of water that the organisms don't see every day. So capturing that is of importance to those that are testing with the Cereodaphnia method. And so we look forward to the process continuing and being a part of it. And if appropriate, we think that even checking in yet again on the next iterations of the work plan, that may be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your engagement around this all. And yeah, just really do appreciate the process that we've set up to try to put our best foot forward here and try to build as much consensus and clarity as well, and what the purpose of the work plan is, and what are the questions we're needing to get out of it, but then how to best construct it. So yeah, when it comes to a check-in, we can, I'm sure we'll have some discussion here amongst board members. But I think we'll certainly continue to track this item, knowing that it's a really significant effort. And again, just really appreciate the engagement around it.
Certainly, thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple folks left and would like to call up then Robin Stuber. Good morning.
Great. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
See me okay? Yeah, I'm a little on a different sort of setup here for my Zoom, and it's always a little adjustment here to deal with.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh. You know what? I'm just going to handhold it because sometimes that works just a little bit better. All right. Okay. Well, I'll be brief here, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you guys on the Sierra Daphne study. I will say, John Wheeler's presentation I felt was very, very good and very helpful to the public in terms of the direction the board seems to be wanting to take on the study, and that did really reassure me. So I wanted to put that out there right to begin with. But I'll just go ahead and start here. I'll say good morning, board members. My name is Robin Stuber. I'm a retired scientist and a permit writer. During my 17 years at EPA, my focus included California toxicity development and QBEL implementation. And I'm now unaffiliated. I commend your adoption of the 2020 toxicity provisions, but nevertheless, I've remained worried that your water fleet study will be compromised because oversight, planning, and execution have been awarded to SWRC. From my viewpoint, this award I think was ill-advised, considering SWRC's protracted and non-neutral and consequential coordination with permittees seeking to delay chronic toxicity QBELs in California permits. As you know, it was SWRC's lack of statistical expertise that resulted in the flawed technical report and conclusions for CDB reproduction variability. The flaws of this report were amplified in a declaration by SCAP in their TST lawsuit against EPA and in CAS's analysis of CDUBIA. And now, as a scientist, I find that exceedingly troubling that went on for 4 years. I will say that it was also SWRC's report that became the technical foundation for permittees to successfully lobby for regulatory delay of CDB reproduction and the study that you guys are conducting now. The flaws of SWRC's 2016 report are regrettable because they were correctable. If not avoidable, had SWRC taken more time to drill deeper and apply rigorous statistical analysis to their data in consultation with expert collaborators that are statisticians. I will again point out, as I did back in December, that Dr. John Fox, he's a statistician that is really disciplined to rigorously and transparently interrogate toxicity data. He examined both the SWRC study and the CAS report and reached different conclusions in 2020 regarding variability. And I'll give you those 3 conclusions that he reached just to, make sure they're in people's minds still. Within test variability alone does not explain the observed determinations of toxicity by the TST. Rather, suppression of CDB reproduction by the blank samples played the decisive role. The suppression of CDB reproduction in the blanks for these studies indicates that the blanks were not blank. And 3, the high frequency of false positives suggested by the 2 reports is not observed in routine effluent testing by California Toxicity Labs. I'll go on to say that you have assembled a really great panel of experts for this study. And the experts panel should be used early and often by SWRCB and by the stakeholder panel members to identify and minimize study errors, including statistical errors that may be introduced into the study during its development and execution. This is really paramount. Dr. Fox's 2020 examination of the SWRCB report and CAS's report, as well as Fox et al. 2019, need to be made available to the science panel because they are illuminating analyses on this topic and will inject what I believe is some much needed statistical rigor into your study's query of variability. The expert panel should prioritize and accelerate its consideration of existing control performance data for routine effluent testing by California Toxicity Labs, so that each lab's long-run control CV is publicly quantified as soon as possible. The TST has been around for a decade. This information should be here today. It makes no sense to me that it's going to take maybe another year or two, but it's discouraging. I will also say that lastly, your study should not become a shared vehicle for CASA to execute their 2017 conceptual blank study. I've seen versions of it since 2017 in meeting minutes for different cities, for different stormwater entities. So I'm somewhat familiar with it. And I would say that CAS's concept for a blank study is diametrically at odds with rigorous, peer-reviewed, published documentation of actual control performance in California's toxicity labs, as well as permittee compliance rates in the LA Regional Board, where the TST has been fully implemented and successfully implemented beginning in 2012. And I will point out to you that if the study goes until 2025, it will have been implemented for 12 years there. So just my thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Stuber. Really do appreciate your good comments and thoughts. And to your point, the expert panel is there to help ensure the scientific integrity of it all and our transparent and open process around it generally. So I appreciate your long engagement and can encourage you to continue to engage and help make us have our best program that we possibly can here and outcome. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Next, we have Caitlin Kalua.
All right, getting started. Good morning. Yes, it is still morning.
Yes.
Very grateful to follow Dr. Robin Stuber. My name is Caitlin Kalua. I'm the policy manager for the California Coastkeeper Alliance and member of the stakeholder committee on the Serradaphnia dubia toxicity study. 3 brief comments this morning. Just want to begin by saying that we do appreciate the role and breadth of expertise that is provided by the separate expert advisory panel, and that the independent judgment and oversight provided by the expert advisory panel is needed to make sure this study essentially provides robust scientific standards to ensure credibility, validity, and to produce verifiable and reproducible research and ultimately results. Second, in response to the study recommendation provided by CASA, we, as in California Coastkeeper Alliance, had requested to SWRCB and State Water Board staff overseeing the study that CASA's recommendation be independently evaluated by the scientific expert panel for consistency and relevance to the current study scope, and that the evaluation potential inclusion of CASA's recommendation avoid any direct conflict of interest and funding bias, because as proposed, CASA's recommendation included a provision that conditioned the funding on, and I quote, whether the study design meets stakeholder concerns and interests, and that we requested that CASA's recommendation, that exact language be struck, and that the expert panel only reviewed their recommendation without that condition. And third, and finally, as was mentioned in the staff presentation, as was just discussed, I think, during this public comment, the use of Serradaphnia dubia for permit compliance should not be delayed beyond the January 1st, 2024 date, as written currently in the provisions, regardless of the study timeframe, is extended. As was already discussed, so I apologize, I'm reiterating, but despite the recognition that California laboratories could improve laboratory performance, both peer-reviewed studies and an independent assessment done by State Water Board staff provide in Appendix J of the staff report for the toxicity provisions, demonstrated and acknowledged the reliability of Ceredaphnia dubia in toxicity testing, and that it's already used with success and as the most sensitive species in a number of existing NPDES permits. The toxicity provisions play an important role in protecting our waterways against unacceptably high toxicity for both known and unknown constituents. And Ceredaphnia dubia toxicity testing, when it is the most sensitive species, is critically important since the species is the only freshwater invertebrate species used in chronic toxicity testing. So again, I thank you for the opportunity to comment and appreciate the opportunity to update the board on the status of the study.
Thank you so much for your engagement in this longstanding effort and project, and your continued work in there. Just much appreciated, everybody. Again, it's, we're looking to preserve the integrity of the scientific process here so that it can really inform policy in a real, robust way. And so just really appreciate everyone's contributions to that because, that democratic, if you will, process there is what can yield us just our best information moving forward. So thank you for your commitment and everyone else is here in today's comments. So thank you, Ms. Kalua. Board members, any sort of thoughts, feedback on what we've heard and or when we should revisit this discussion as well?
Sure. I'll just say I want to thank the team, the State Water Board team that's really been engaging on this over the last 5 months to develop the work plan with, getting SWRCB under contract and really engaging with the stakeholder advisory committee and expert panel. I think this process, the way it's set up, is going to be incredibly informative and transparent as to what the recommendations are. And if there are process, guideline best practices, whatever the case may be at the end of this, that they'll be well founded, and we'll have something that we can run with and implement. That said, I do share those concerns with the timeline. It sounds like there's already some uncertainty as to the following tasks and the scientific process and what those will entail. So that and some of the questions about when or where perhaps the stakeholder proposed task with looking at interlab variability and the split samples might fit in to this process. I'm not going to opine on that and where that, if that, is a task that's needed at this point, or where that might, what questions that might help answer. I think that is up to the research team and others to ferret out. But I would appreciate a check-in at an appropriate time. It sounded like maybe one of the next tasks was due to be completed by the end of September. So maybe in the fall, would be an appropriate time just to hear back from what they've learned and where they think the study might go as some of these, the next tasks are better developed, and how we're doing on timing. So anyway, that's my perspective. Just, we'll continue to be interested in hearing how this tracks, and hopefully it goes well. So thank you, Paul.
Yeah, thank you, board member. Ms. Mogus, I don't know if you maybe want to respond, but just fall sounds perhaps like a good time frame, but I would look to your recommendation perhaps a bit here on when a good time to circle back with us when additional clarity on the work plan has been kind of laid out and or when you're just judgment of it. Just wondering if you have a thought.
I don't have a recommendation right now, but I would like to let some of the initial tasks play out and we get some input from the expert panel on what the subsequent tasks ought to look like. So I'll suggest possibly fall, but if that's not, if that's too soon, we could push it out, but we will certainly commit to bringing an update back to you at an appropriate time so we have something to share.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you. And we'll look to your cue on when best to bring it back, and look forward to being able to touch base back on it. Other board members, any questions or further thought on this item? Okay, seeing none, I appreciate it. And I think then that concludes that informational item number 4. And are now able to move on to item number 5, which is an update from our Delta Water Master. There's a few things going on in the Delta. So I appreciate you being here, Mr. George, and of course your just incredible hand in leadership. A term I've heard you use before, a Dutch uncle really for the Delta in much of this. And so just thank you for joining us today.
Well, thank you, Chair Esquivel. I'm pleased to be here. It's always a good thing to check in and talk about where we are and what's going on. And you're quite right. With what's going on in the Delta, there's a lot to talk about. If I could have the next slide, I really want to focus on just 3 things. First and foremost is drought preparedness in the Delta, kind of where we are and where we're going. Secondly, I want to focus attention on the development of the Delta Alternative Compliance Plan. That's the plan for alternative compliance with the board's regulations implementing Water Code 1840, the diversion measurement regulations. And then finally, notwithstanding all the work that's going on, all the concerns that we've heard about, and we'll talk about some more, I want to highlight some collaborations that are going on in the Delta that I think are going to lead to improved conditions over time. So those 3 things, if I go to the next slide, in terms of drought preparedness, I think in terms of what we learned from the last drought, what's changed since then, and what are the remaining challenges. Now, we've heard a lot this morning even, but over the last several months about how hydrological conditions in the Delta watershed are deteriorating. The snowpack is evaporating without running into the reservoirs. We're in the 2nd year of a drought. We're facing a lot of really serious problems. So I want to go back for a moment and talk about the last time we were in circumstances comparable to this, nearly or more dire than this, which was 2015. We really learned the lesson that we didn't have sufficient data to support real-time decision making. We understood that we needed to improve accuracy and credibility of the data that we collect in QA/QC. Timeliness was an issue. We were frustrated that we were looking back on old data and not necessarily in a position to access data that would tell us what's happening in closer to real time. And then finally, the accessibility and understandability of that data was a challenge, not only for those of us within the water board, but certainly those within the water community. And so what we've been doing pretty consistently since then, and you'll recognize that I've reported on some of these things, is a pretty robust outreach and communication process to bring the water community into the discussion, to improve the insight available from the data that we've got, and to provide additional predictability and the ability to plan responses to conditions that we know are cyclical and inevitable. Next slide, please. So while we've learned those lessons and worked on those things, as we head into what's going to be a difficult summer of 2021, I think it's also important to reflect on some things that are different from the last time we faced these conditions in, say, 2014-15. One thing that I'm quite proud of and have worked with the Delta water community is basically to solve one of the problems that we had with our data, and that was the timely reporting. As this board is well aware, we used to have a serious problem in the Delta with just getting the water use reports in on a timely basis. I'm pleased to say, as I've indicated before, that we've essentially solved that problem, again, through outreach and communication with the water community and with the partnerships with the Delta water agencies who have helped us in that outreach to encourage water users to make those reports on a timely basis. And right now, having just about a month since the last deadline, April 1st, for reports of licensees in the Delta, there are 321 licenses in the Delta. And as of Monday of this week, all but 4 of them have been filed. And we're in touch with the other 4. We understand the reasons why they're late. We're working with them. We're going to have virtually 100% compliance with that deadline. And you as board members will appreciate that that's a real improvement in terms of just getting the water users to get their information in on a timely basis. That
on that, I don't mean to interrupt you, Mr. George, but I just want to commend that, that is no small feat, particularly when you look at statewide, our reporting numbers are, well below, in some cases, 20%. So being up to 100%, nearly 100% here, compliance on, diversion reports on this yearly basis, that's your effort. Insofar as it really does take, some trust building. But I think what water users and communities quickly find is that data isn't about the board having it. It's about us collectively having it for decision making, and that it actually benefits everyone collectively here, particularly in the Delta, such a hard place to really progress, it feels like sometimes on these issues. And your quiet good work here is just, incredibly commendable. And I just want to thank you for that, because it is in ways a model on how we might be able to get similar reporting compliance numbers throughout the state on such a critical data point, particularly as we move into drought. So I just have to take a moment to just thank you for that, because those numbers are a reflection of your leadership and commitment here, and also collectively, truly, all the water rights holders and diverters within the Delta. So thank you.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate your kudos and your response to that. As you know, and all the board members know, it's the team that works here in the Office of Delta Water Master, and particularly I want to call out Kristen Mittal, who's our director of the outreach program, and who has forged, along with the other members of our staff, relationships of trust and help and assistance to get these reports in. And getting them in on time has all the benefits that we've talked about, but it really has allowed us to pivot our primary focus and effort on QA/QC. So the reports are coming in on time. We're now able to focus quickly on what they're telling us, what that information is. And you'll recall from prior reports that we really focused in the last year on eliminating one of the bugaboos of quality data reporting, which is duplicate reporting. We've had a system in which the same water diverted at the same point of diversion for the same place of use to irrigate the same crops reported twice. Once under a report of licensee, those reports that come in on April 1st, and then a second time when individual water rights claimants, either riparians or pre-14s, are required to report on July 1st. So what we focused on last year was getting rid of duplicate reporting. And again, our strategy was outreach, to talk to the community, just as you said, Chair Esquivel, about why this information is important for all of us and how the water community has a big stake in accurate information, particularly as it gets aggregated. And one of the frustrations that we've all had is that it has appeared that the Delta wastes a lot of water. A lot of that apparent waste is when they aggregate information that comes in duplicate reporting, both under licenses and statements of diversion use. So we put real focus on that. And we got the water community to help us develop a consensus strategy for eliminating duplication of water reporting for the 2020 calendar year. I'm pleased to say that in terms of the 320 licenses that reported in April, we now know that something over 65% voluntarily adopted that voluntary agreement on how to avoid duplicate reporting. And actually the response is better than the 64-65%, because there are some places where licensees are reporting who do not have claims of senior water rights. So for instance, the state and federal projects operate under licenses. They don't have statements of diversion and use. So take those out, and then again, do some outreach to two large filers who did not adopt the consensus strategy. Reach out to them, find out why they didn't, and turns out that we're going to have two more large reports of licensee who will report, who will modify their reports to come under the consensus. And that brings in another plus or minus 50,000 acres of irrigated land in the Delta. So we've got a real robust process, currently voluntary, test it out, see how it works. But I fully expect that we'll come back to this board maybe in late summer, early fall, and report to you on how that experiment worked out and suggest to you how we can make it transition from a one-time voluntary, try it out, let's see if it works, to a request that'll be not only from the Office of Delta Water Master, but also from the water use community, to make that a more permanent, potentially tweaked process. The other thing that is important to notice about what's changed in the Delta is we really have made a lot of progress since 2015 in clarifying the nature and extent of water rights in the Delta. So we started, again, learning from the past that there was a great deal of confusion, even among the water community in the Delta, about the water rights, and particularly about the claim that there was an overlap between riparian rights and pre-14 rights. So we put a lot of effort into studying that, and in 2018 we published what's come to be called the overlap memo to describe how riparian and pre-14 water rights with different elements need to be verified, evidenced, etc., in different ways. We then got a big boost having published that the principles in which we differentiated riparian and pre-14. We got the decision in the Modesto Irrigation versus Tanaka case, which really laid out in a final unappealable judicial decision in California what the principles applicable to riparian rights are. Number one, I'm pleased that those principles are on all fours with the overlap memo and what we said about riparian rights and the principles associated with riparian rights. And it allowed us to apply those principles on a more robust basis. As I've reported before, we had settled 5 heritage cases. I'm pleased to say that since my last report, we've settled 2 more, and we've cleared the decks of those 7 cases that had been outstanding for 10 years by applying these principles. And importantly, in each of those settlements, we got an agreement to differentiate between riparian and pre-14 rights. So it's another area where since 2015, since recognizing those problems, we've applied a community outreach, a careful study, a program that has led us to a much better circumstance where we are today. We've also had the final unappealable judicial validation that the Delta Plan, promulgated by the Delta Stewardship Council, is the legally enforceable plan for the Delta. And again, that helps improve the decision-making framework when we get into these circumstances where water is in short supply, which is always when the difficult problems in our water allocation system come to the fore. And finally, since the last drought, the board has adopted the Southern Delta and Lower San Joaquin River Water Quality Control Plan, and in February of 2020 came forth with a state framework for voluntary agreements to implement the objectives of those plans. So those are really important changes since the last drought. Let me go to the next slide then and focus last on what are the remaining challenges for managing drought here in the summer of 2021 as we're unfortunately watching these drought conditions evolve and worsen over time. And the first thing I'd say is a lot of the initiatives that we've implemented and worked with the Division of Water Rights to implement, and here I want to call out the Division of Water Rights, for instance, with their visualization tool. It's really good work that's been done by our colleagues in the division. We're happy to have those tools, but it's still a work in progress. It's not yet ready to apply in the summer of 2021. And there are a lot of things that we're doing. I've described getting rid of duplicate reporting. We're really not going to see the benefits of that until at least July, when the statements of diversion and use come in. And as always, working with data that is from the last irrigation season is difficult to apply to the current irrigation season, which has already resulted in planning decisions and early irrigation decisions and so forth. That's one reason why we've suggested the potential for a legislative change to bring all the water reports forward at the same time. We proposed February 1st, and have them all report about the same period, instead of some on water year basis, some on a calendar year basis, some on what's called an irrigation year basis. Let's get them all to report on the same basis of the water year and get them in February, so we've got information on a timely basis so that we can apply it in the coming irrigation season, which is when water supplies tighten up. Again, a work in progress, not yet complete, but progress nonetheless. We've also made a lot of progress in terms of better understanding of how the delta works. It's not a black box that you can manage just on a mass balance basis, water in, water out. There's a dynamic that happens in the delta, and our understanding of that and our ability to communicate it to all the communities of interest in the delta, which is to say all of California, as those differences and the understanding of those differences continues to evolve, we're refining the way we make decisions, the way we communicate information, the way we understand what happens in that dynamic area of the delta. In addition, we've really focused on the fact that when we talk about water shortage in the entire delta watershed, but particularly in the crucible of the delta itself, we can't just emphasize quantities, amounts of water. We know they're in short supply, but we are evolving our understanding that we've also got to manage the supply in terms of protecting quality. And that's another evolving understanding. And then the final thing that I point to in terms of challenges is the fact that at the senior level, and the Delta has very senior water rights because it was developed, it was reclaimed from swamp and overflowed lands at an early stage in the state's history. We've got two systems of allocating shortage, the riparian system and the priority system. And when times are tough, water is short, and in the Delta where there are a lot of water users who have riparian rights and some who have pre-14 or early license rights, it's very difficult, it's a challenge to manage those two different systems, one that allocates shortage on a shared basis and the other that prioritizes water use on a priority basis. So again, I want to point that out as a challenge in terms of then coming into the Delta and saying, here's how we're going to manage in a shortage, because we have two systems, a dual system that have incompatible and different shortage allocation systems. So I want to finish with drought preparedness. And notwithstanding the intense focus that we've got on the evolving drought, I also want to talk about some of that other work in progress. But I'm happy to stop for a moment if there are questions about drought preparedness and what we can do and what we are doing as we approach the summer of 2021. Otherwise, you know, I can go right on, which I will do. So if I could have the next slide, Janine, I want to talk about the progress that we're making on another of those works in progress, which is the development of an alternative compliance plan. And here, Chair Escobar, I will both offer you thanks and promise you that you won't get the same level of detail because Chair Escobar spent about an hour and a half last Thursday in a meeting where this was the only subject. What's the progress? What are the holdups, et cetera? It was generous of you to spend that time and to focus your attention on these issues. So I'll give more of a survey than the hour and a half that you sat through last week. And so first of all, just as context, because of the challenges that we ran into in the Delta, in strict compliance with the regulations that the board adopted in 2016 from the trailer bill that was passed at the end of the last drought in 2015. Because of those challenges, we brought together a large group of practitioners in the Delta who were all interested in making sure that they could comply with those regulations and get better information through diversion measurement. But we quickly found that those challenges were confounding a lot of us. So we brought together this consortium to say, let's share our knowledge. Let's not all make the same mistakes. Let's make different mistakes, learn from each other. Let's test some of this stuff before we try and roll it out. And that consortium, voluntary group, has met for the last 4 years, about every quarter, to do just that, to share experience. And as you know from prior reports, about 6 months or 8 months ago, we made a conscious pivot away from that strict compliance because of what we've learned through the experimentation process, and decided to defer part of that and focus instead on bringing to bear new technology, satellite imaging technology, that was being developed on a very broad cooperative basis, something called OpenET. And OpenET, developed by this broad consortium under the leadership of the Environmental Defense Fund, but with important contributions from the Delta. And the Delta actually competed to become an initial use case to take that new emerging science and apply it to the Delta to improve our understanding of how water is used for agriculture in the Delta, the biggest use. OpenET will roll out in public in July of this year. As the board knows, there have been beta testing within the Water Board, both within our office, in the Division of Water Rights, and in the Office of Information Management and Analysis. So we've been working with OpenET for some time. Then we recognized that we needed to digitize the places of use so that we could send to OpenET an indication of, this is the area that we want you to tell us what is the crop water use. The way to do that is to create a polygon or a shape file to digitize that information in the same format, ArcGIS, that eRIMS uses for its multi-layer mapping strategy. I don't need to explain to the board that this is a huge leap forward compared to a lot of what is in our hard copies about places of use. Some of the old ones are hand-drawn maps. Sometimes we've got Xerox copies of assessor parcels. Sometimes we've got somebody with a magic marker drawing a circle around some areas in a Google Earth rendering. So to have a digitized, more accurate understanding of the place of use is a huge step forward. And through the Delta Alternative Compliance Plan, we were essentially able to outsource that heavy lift to the community. Again, because the community understood the value of that information, not just to us as regulators, but to them as water users. And so the Central Delta Water Agency has stepped up in a leadership capacity and has led the way in digitizing all the places of use in the Delta that might want to come in to the Delta Alternative Compliance Plan. And we had a demonstration of how to do that at the meeting last week. And we're getting those places of use developed in digitized format so that we'll be able, when OpenET rolls out, to have that interface. And the interface is really a software interface. On the one hand, we have to communicate with those who would like to participate in the Delta Alternative Compliance Plan. We have to take their information and then communicate with the Water Board's legacy report management system in a way that protects the integrity of the report management system, but allows for two-way communication. Having taken that information from the users and from the report management system and using this digitized place of use, the Delta Alternative Compliance Plan software will then interface with OpenET to say on a monthly basis, what's the crop environment evapotranspiration for crops within this digitized POU, pull that information down, and then create a draft report of water use on an annual basis. Send that draft report back to the original participant, give the participant a correction loop in case the participant says, that doesn't look exactly right to me, prove it up, show me why, or on the other hand, after correction, or if it's accurate in draft, to give permission to the Delta ACP software to say, here's my username, here's my password, please file that report on my behalf, in which case that software will then again interface with the report management system, send that information up. Our Division of Information Technology is working with us to develop a script so that the report management system behind its security apparatus can reach out to that Delta ACP information, download that data, and put each piece of data in the proper cubbyhole in the ERIM system. So what you get out of this ultimately is a system where we're going to have closer to real time, consistent, lower cost, deeper and more acute visibility of information, which we'll then be able to aggregate into or out of ERIMs. So that's the good news. This is the work in progress, and it has been. This is one of the first projects I started working on with Franz Spivey Weber as the board mantle holder back in 2015. It's coming to fruition. We're going to go live with this as of January 1st, 2022, but the first reports will come in about a year later. Hopefully, if the legislation were to pass, that'll be by February of 2023, we'll have this information closer to real time, higher quality, all of that. So this is real progress. It's not yet ready for making decisions this year. So I'm pleased with where we're going, but I'd like to go to the next slide and acknowledge what we've all understood from lots of the discussion today, as well as the workshops that we've had, as well as the excellent staff workshop that the Division of Water Rights conducted on April 16th, which began to, not began, but made a workshop that showed where we are this work in process and showed our communities how to interface with us to make it better, to show us how we can do better. But there's no question that there is a subcategory of disputes that remain to be resolved in the Delta. And we all know that disputes, if they get resolved at all, it's through litigation. And we've talked about the Tanaka decision and the Delta Plan decision. There were disputes that were finally resolved. We can take that resolution and apply it today. If we don't litigate, maybe we legislate. We've talked about some things where we hope we will get legislation that will make things a little bit better, will get us better information earlier in the process. Obviously, we sometimes solve disputes through regulation, and some of the regulations that we're applying now came out of our understanding from the last drought. And finally, of course, where we can and where it's useful, there's negotiate. So in the hierarchy of litigate, legislate, regulate, or negotiate, I'm kind of down here on the ground trying to get some negotiations moving. And to find even people who are litigating on those big issues that are unresolved, to find ways to cooperate where they find a common interest in achieving shared objectives. And I want to give you just 3 examples. I've talked before about this ad hoc Delta Channel Maintenance Group. And that group, which came together over a shared problem with the occlusion of channels in the South Delta that created lots of problems, flood control issues, water throughput issues, dissolved oxygen for fish, increased harmful algae bacteria, water that is so shallow that it warms up and becomes a breeding ground for all kinds of invasive species. So bringing together all the people who shared the problem in an ad hoc group turned out to create a lot of trust among the group. And one of the things that we recognized was that we had to do a planning study. And there was no money for the planning study, but the Delta water agencies came up with some money. The state water contractors came up with some money, and the San Luis Delta Water Authority came up with some money. Now, these are people who are litigating in other forums, but they came together, upfronted the money, hired a consultant, Anchor QEA, who's now working on a planning study. And as we got into that on a cooperative basis, it became apparent that what the Delta Channel Maintenance Group was doing had some overlap with another project that's been on the drawing boards for a long time, the Paradise Cut project, which has been on the Central Valley Plan of Flood Control in 2012 and in the update of 2017, but couldn't get traction because it didn't have local support. And so what happened is these 2 groups, had some common members. It became apparent that there was an opportunity to advance both projects with Southern Delta leadership and with state assistance. And so we're now moving to a project that's going into a master planning basis. And everybody in that process has essentially agreed that we've got to do all of these over a period of time, that we've got to find the funding for it, we've got to find the regulatory process, the permit development process, but that we can lead that master planning process with environmental improvements, with terrestrial and aquatic health as the leader. Second thing, so the finding of common ground, or common water in this case, helps to make progress, notwithstanding the differences of agreement among all those who are cooperating. We've also found something similar with the Comprehensive Operations Plan, which was one of the requirements of the first portion of the new Water Quality Control Plan. So the board required the state and federal projects to come forward with a comprehensive operations plan to mitigate their impact on water quality, particularly in the lower San Joaquin and the Southern Delta. But I want to give credit here to the Bay Delta unit of the Division of Water Rights, and particularly the personal leadership of Aaron Forsman, to think beyond just requiring the projects to develop that comprehensive plan, and to reach out to bring in a broader part of the community. Now, that was written into the Water Quality Control Plan, that the project should do outreach to people like the South Delta Water Agency, the Contra Costa Water District, and other stakeholders in the area. But Erin and her team, in cooperation with the Office of Delta Water Master, really had a concerted effort to bring the rest of the water use community, particularly in the Southern Delta, into this process, recognizing that, again, we had shared objectives and shared problems, And so the South Delta Water Agency has stepped up to provide some scientific support and to help organize local water users to allow more robust monitoring and some projects that will help us learn more about how to manage better in the Delta. For instance, a project to potentially pump water out of the San Joaquin River over the weir at Paradise Cut and get an early example of greater throughput to help inform that master plan that I talked about before. So this is a circumstance where by opening up the process and allowing others in, we develop better information as well as develop trust and confidence. And I would say not only the Bay Delta unit and the Austin Delta Water Master, we've also brought in Region 5 and flood control agencies and others. And the final thing I want to talk about is as this, I think what Doug Obigi called a slow train wreck becomes visible, and in the Delta, as everywhere throughout the watershed and in other critical watersheds, the planning for how to manage the drought has gotten underway within the Delta, and I'm pleased to say that we've pulled together an interest group that is Delta-wide, that involves the Delta water agencies and leadership among Delta water users, but at its most recent meeting aimed at developing a 2021 response plan for the dry or critical year that 2021 is. The discussion among that group of leaders, which is still ongoing, it's not yet ready to report, but one of the things that happened just in the meeting that we had yesterday was that they agreed to invite into the planning group representatives of Metropolitan Water District, because they recognize that Metropolitan now is the owner of 4 islands since the last drought. They came into ownership in 2016. They represent 4 islands, roughly 20,000 acres of agricultural land, much of it in deeply subsided areas. They recognize, that is, the community in the Delta recognizes that Metropolitan had, number one, learned a lot by sharing the challenges of managing agricultural and water uses within the Delta. Metropolitan, for its sake, has been an excellent steward and a good neighbor. And so they've been invited in, and not only for their expertise, not only to listen to them, not only to open up the group to a broader understanding. And here, this all really plays into what Dr. Larson in her lead scientist report is going to be talking about. Yeah, this is water use, this is water management, it's regulation, it's all of that, but it's also sociology. It's people getting together and figuring out where they have common interests and learning and figuring out ways that they can work together and trust each other. So I'm pleased that that process is going forward. Next slide, please. All this leads to just my final slide, that our long-term objective is to enhance and restore the Delta and ensure the proper allocation and wise use of water for the benefit of the present. And that's what I've been talking about in terms of the intense focus on 2021, but not to lose focus in what we're doing here has important implications for future generations and for years to come. And one of the things, there's been discussion of the Water Board's letter to the state and federal projects late last week that really, I think, encapsulated that notion that we are in a crisis. The Water Board, the projects, water users all need to work together to deal with the pain that is inescapable this year. But as we do that, and as we work as closely as we can to get through the pain that is inevitable in this critical shortage circumstance, we're also looking over the horizon to figure out how we can manage better, how we can take the more robust information, the better human relations that we're developing in this circumstance, and apply them to the longer term. So that's all I've got to say. The last slide, please, would be just in case there are questions. And otherwise, you can move on to Dr. Larson.
Now, Mr. George, just is that all? I can't just thank you for your wise counsel, your words, and your leadership, your even-handedness throughout these many years and stretching back to the last drought. You know, I think for all of us, we wish we had a couple more years of implementation to really get us at that better place. But we have the circumstances we have. And to your point, it is crisis. And it is at this point incumbent upon us all to ensure that we're all collectively contributing to our common success. And I think that, you know, we saw certainly in the last drought, and we see during these difficult times, it's easy to kind of point around at others. But I think the question must always be our honest engagement and ensuring that we're actually all contributing as best we can. And we do that by remembering the difficult circumstances we're in, but that these are discussions that we have to, uncomfortable as they may be, deal with in order for future generations to, and even just generations now watching us making decisions, to make better decisions on whole other challenges that I'm sure are bound to crop up. But in many ways, yeah, just thank you. I don't want to spoil too much what was your good message and leaving off there on. Just real quick note on the alternative compliance plan and OpenET, and that, I mean, hard to emphasize just how game-changing that will be to have something that is a rebuttal presumption, not just for those in the Delta in reporting, but across the state for other water rights holders. These are models that we can then apply to the water rights system generally, and success in the Delta, given the thorniness, the wickedness of our challenges within the Delta, I think hopefully bodes well for the sort of cooperation and spirit in other watersheds, bringing 21st century tools to bear, not leaving on the table data and information that can help us at least, you know, certainly they don't create new water, but they certainly help us manage it in a way that we know we need to be in more real time, and that we're still far away from. But this will be a quantum leap, literally. Incorporating OpenET as an applicable tool here, using an ensemble of models for evapotranspiration as a placeholder for understanding diversions, and better applying that to our water rights system, but importantly to our collective decision making. I just can't emphasize enough how important that project is. And I'll you know, people can see our state records, what we spend on IT. We're woefully under-resourced in all of this. And so that project there, you know, it's collaborative spirit, the fact that we have people contributing resources we don't have on our own, is itself also a model. In, you know, absent some investment into our water rights system, which we still haven't seen, you know, we're going to have to just, you know, be depending upon the good nature of many, again, others in this space. So, but I think that's generally what we have to deal with anyway, with this drought and the circumstances we find ourselves, appealing to ourselves, or our better natures, if you will. So thank you, Mr. George. Any comment from fellow board members before we can transition to item number 6 and a report from Dr. Larson?
I just have a question.
Yes.
So, Mr. George, thank you so much. It's always enlightening to hear from you, and really appreciate the update, particularly in this tight year. So the question that I have for you is on the issue of the Tanaka case, the stacked rights, and the memo, and, you know, opinions that are coming out of your office. And I have in the past really focused probably more so on stakeholder views within the Delta on those issues. But it just strikes me that, you know, as we move forward with potential curtailments in the broader watershed, that opinions may differ on those views. And so just want to hear a little bit more about stakeholder outreach. I think you've done a good job, not that it doesn't matter, but you've done a good job talking about the outreach within the Delta, but how about outreach beyond? And then I know you've been working closely with staff, and when staff had that workshop on the visualization tool, I wasn't focused on the components that go into it in terms of, you know, any input that you may have had with regard to those issues that I just mentioned. So just want to hear your thoughts on that.
I appreciate that question because it allows me to talk about outreach beyond the Delta. And one of the, again, social science issues, because the Delta has generally felt like they're not listened to, that nobody wants to hear what they have to say. Nobody wants to understand the dynamics that go on in the different regions of the Delta. So one of the kind of continuing complaints that I've heard from water users in the Delta, it's the kind of, we don't get no respect, nobody knows what's going on, everybody's making decisions that affect us, but not allowing us to be part of that. And my response whenever I have heard that is I said, don't expect to be invited to the table if you don't exhibit good table manners. If when you come to the table, all you do is complain. We hate your tunnel and so we hate you. You don't understand us, so we're not going to play. If we're going to have a meaningful dialogue, I have believed that we've first got to get our act together within the Delta. We've got to be able to speak on a unified basis, notwithstanding the differences that there are within the Delta. And before we can have much outreach or dialogue with anybody else, we've got to have better data so that we can tell a story. Because outside the Delta, because of a number of issues, but I'll just use the duplicate reporting as one, there's this sense that the Delta is wasting water. And so there is naturally this chimera of let's wring the Delta out. Let's get rid of that overuse of water in the Delta so we can use it someplace else, either for the environment, for use in the upper watershed, or for export. And the fact is that within the Delta, it's first of all, water use is much lower than it appears to be the case when you aggregate data within ERIMS. So we're focused on that as an issue, as a factor in that. But we're also trying to figure out how the Delta can speak as a single voice and come forward on a truly voluntary basis to figure out what we can do in this water year to improve conditions throughout the watershed. And we're working on that. I mentioned that we had the most recent in a series of meetings to do just that, to come up with a voluntary program to meet the challenge in 2021. And I'm hoping that we'll get a respectful hearing on that more broadly in the watershed. Because I've heard in other forums, you know, the Delta can't get its own act together. How can they come and negotiate? They can't agree among themselves. So trying to get them to agree among themselves, then come forward. I've said, if you guys, if you water users, if the Delta can speak coherently with a single voice with lots of proposed responses to the 2021 drought, number one, I promise you will get a forum in which you can be heard with real adults who are focused on managing in this exigent circumstance. And if you behave yourself, we can continue to be at that table and in dialogue about what's happening and what can be done within the Delta. And as I said in my presentation, I think a lot of what can be done in the Delta goes beyond fallowing fields or reducing irrigation of alfalfa, things like that we know work, that we tried in 2015 on a voluntary basis. But if we can go beyond that to focus on water quality is the thing that unites the Delta. You know, you've heard all the arguments about delta pool theory, and maybe that's one of those that's going to have to be settled either through legislation or litigation or regulation. But the delta understands that the supply of water is pretty constant because of the hydraulic push from the ocean, from the bay. But they're united in recognizing that water quality is critical to everybody in the Delta and everybody who relies on the Delta as a hub of the state's waterworks or as a critical ecosystem estuary. So one of the things that they're coming forward with in this planning process is focus on what can be done in the Delta to improve water quality that could incidentally save some water in rim reservoirs for use later at more critical times. So that's the kind of thing where I'm very hopeful that we are at a point where we can reach out, be heard, and discuss where the Delta fits in, for instance, to voluntary agreements on various tributaries to the Delta, and where we can contribute something positive.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you, Mr. George. Any other questions, fellow board members? Comments? Okay. And then we can transition to item number 6 then, which is an update from Dr. Larson.
Okay, thank you. I was having a hard time unmuting myself. Very nice to be here, and it's a pleasure, as always, to follow Michael George and his message of the power of collaboration and the discussion of how common and open modeling tools like OpenET can help enable that collaboration and facilitate trust. This is a message that we at the Delta Stewardship Council are very much on board with and are trying to advance in our daily activities. So I'm going to try to keep my comments as brief as possible, realizing that this has been a long meeting and it's getting into lunchtime here. But I do want to provide an update on some items that should be on your radar, on some recent activities. And then at the end, I'm going to very briefly spotlight 3 articles. And I think I'll keep my discussion of those articles brief in the interest of time, but really just flag them so that you could follow up with them if desired. Next slide, please. So one of the recent activities that I'm pleased to report on is the Bay Delta Science Conference, which took place in fully virtual form on April 6th through 9th. This conference was well attended by water board members who contributed quite a lot to its success. So if any of you are tuned in, thank you for your attendance and participation and also your help in organizing this conference. So for the first time in the history of this conference, the event was completely free for all attendees. And I'm happy to report that almost 1,700 participants, I think the final number was 1,697 unique participants, logged into the conference's virtual platform over the full days of the event. And the attendees represented at least 26 states and 4 countries. And so we saw quite a widespread attendeeship at this meeting. The conference featured a mixture of live, plenary, and concurrent or oral sessions, a number of pre-recorded on-demand videos, posters, special sessions, training, and an art exhibit. The plenaries were held on the opening of each of the 4 days of the conference, and they featured invited speakers that highlighted their experience and initiatives related to the conference theme of building resilience through diversity in science. And if you were able to attend, I think the resounding impression of these plenaries is that they just left people energized and eager to attack the challenge of how we build diversity in science in general, but Delta science in particular. The recordings for the conference are in the process of being migrated to our website. So do check the conference website periodically. The The website is shown here. It's baydeltascienceconference.org. And we expect that the videos and recorded live sessions will be available for viewing through the summer. Now, the next Bay Delta Science Conference is scheduled for fall of 2022 and is intended to return to an in-person meeting at the Sacramento Convention Center. Now, one of the things that I want to point out with this conference that might be of particular interest to the board members and people who are watching this meeting is that Ted Sommer from DWR put together a special training on Delta hydrology called Delta Hydrology 101. So it's really a primer to all of the complexity associated with Delta hydrology. And he does a really fantastic job of describing these processes in layman's terms. And, you know, I think even people who are well-versed in the science of Delta hydrology got a lot out of watching that video. So I just wanted to flag that for your attention. The other thing I really wanted to flag on the next slide is that at the Bay Delta Science Conference, Dr. Jessica Rudnick, who is a new Sea Grant extension specialist whose expertise lies in social science, was able to launch what she's calling the Social Science Community of Practice. And this launch took place on April 7th. This is really an attempt to build the community that is focused around Delta social science and to come up with a plan for how to tackle the issue of studying social science within the Delta and applying findings over the next few years. So this launch event was a success. There were 54 external participants. The majority of these were academic, with 15 different universities represented, with big representation from the UCs and the CSUs, but also seven other universities from across the country. Also in attendance were folks from 3 Delta agencies, Department of Water Resources, the Sacramento Regional Water Quality Board, USGS, NOAA, SFEP, SFEI, the Exploratorium Museum, Puget Sound Partnership, and other organizations were represented as well. There was generally a lot of excitement for the idea of building this Bay Delta community of practice, and a lot of interest in particular in sponsoring networking and networking events and collaborative project opportunities. Now, some of the next steps for this growing community of practice will be to develop a meeting summary document and share a clean version of that with the participants and ultimately the public. Other next steps are to build an online infrastructure for continuing this networking. For example, there will likely be a listserv with communications and a website that includes a directory of members. A steering committee will be established, and that committee will be convened once during the summer, this upcoming summer, to talk about a community charter and some 6-month to 1-year tangible goals. And some of the near-term projects that generated a lot of interest were piloting a Delta residence survey that would be repeated over the decadal timescale, establishing a seminar/brown bag series focused on Delta social science issues, and that there was interest in adapting that series into a university course in the spring. And there was also interest in starting to build some online resources and a repository of the work that has been done within this area of focus already. So generally, there's this huge interest in fostering cooperation and co-production of knowledge in Delta science and in the Delta science and planning process. So very much in line with the type of things that Michael George was talking about. Next slide, please.
Yeah, it certainly comes to mind that, oftentimes we talk about, okay, what's the dollar need? What's the resource need? What's the policy need? What law do we need to pass? But I think oftentimes we forget it's actually the investments in people and understanding ourselves and how we can better, folks go to governance oftentimes and say, okay, well, it's a governance issue even, but I think it's something far more fundamental. And it really is, how we communicate and envision these challenges together. And these, this social science effort is just really critical. And I think to some maybe seem it's extra, but I think it's actually a pretty critical missing component that, we've always kind of removed ourselves, our personal selves and otherwise from the discussion sometimes. And I think that that's sometimes a source of our just misunderstandings, even because we're not communicating correctly oftentimes with each other, particularly on these wicked, scientifically wicked challenges that we have in front of us. So just thank you.
You're welcome. I agree with you. I think this area of research investment and trust building is overdue. So I'm going to pivot a little bit and talk about progress on the science action agenda, which, as you know, is being updated for the 2022 to 2026 period of time. Now, part of that updating of the science action agenda is really to look back and evaluate what progress has been made on the current science action agenda, which spans the periods of time 2017 to 2021. So Rachel Klopfenstein and Henry DeBay within the Delta Science Program have, since the beginning of the year, led this really Herculean effort to reach out to all agencies that fund Delta Science and conduct Delta Science research, and have asked them to contribute to an assessment of progress made relative to specific action areas identified in the last science action agenda. So this has really been a really large community effort. State Water Resource Control Board employees contributed to it. So thanks to all of you who did contribute to this information. Oh, and I just see on my slide, this draft was just released for public comment, and I hadn't updated the date until which comments will be accepted. But the comments are due on May 10th. So that is right around the corner. This is available online from the Delta Stewardship Council website. And you'll see the other thing that's on this slide is just a screenshot from this document, this progress summary. So basically, the science actions were sorted into categories of early progress, moderate progress, significant progress, and also significant progress that has had a discernible impact on management. And it's really interesting to look through this document and look at the graphs and get this really quick visual comparison of which actions the community has made the most progress on over the past 5 or so years. So in terms of next steps for updating the science action agenda, gaps that are labeled in this early progress category are actions that will likely be carried into the next science action agenda. But you could go ahead and switch to the next slide. There is a process for developing these new science actions that takes into account both the findings of the science actions progress summary, but then also the management questions, the priority management questions that were collaboratively identified by the community. So a really important thing to keep on your radar is that on July 13th and 14th will be a science actions workshop. Again, this is going to be fully virtual. Registration for this is going to be available soon. So stay tuned to the Delta Stewardship Council listserv and our website for a registration link. But this is the workshop in which most of the action, if you will, is really going to occur in considering the information from this progress summary and these priority management questions to develop a discrete list of science actions, likely to be somewhere around 25 science actions, which is the number of actions that was in the last science action agenda. And I think is fairly effective as far as number of actions. So your participation in this is solicited and is essential really to the success of this workshop. There is one more thing that I wanted to say about the progress summary document, which is out right now. I do recognize this was really a lot of work for all the people we called upon to contribute to this document, but our hope is that this process will be a little more automated with the next science action agenda, particularly as we develop the Delta Science Tracker. So the science tracker, which I've reported on at a previous in a previous quarterly report, will really be keeping track of the type of information, including outputs from research, from funded research that went into the progress summary. And we expect that over time, this process will become streamlined. Next slide, please. So another recent activity, which is also an item to flag as an on your radar type activity, is that I just launched last month a series of Delta lead scientist office hours as another mechanism to engage with the community and perhaps also to reach members of the community that don't really know how to gain an into Delta science. So I'm targeting, for example, maybe new investigators at local universities who are interested in Delta science but don't really know how to get started. But really the audience is broad. It's anyone who is involved in Delta science and wants a connection with the Stewardship Council and wants a mechanism to really ask questions about how things work in this Delta science community. So that's the intent of the office hours. The office hours are going to be monthly. Right now they're at half an hour, but we're adaptively managing these office hours. I think half an hour ended up being a little short for the first one. Still the second one, which will take place on May 20th, and I have a little more to say about that in a moment, but the second one is also going to be a half hour, but that timing might get adjusted as these go on. These office hours are conducted through a new platform called Instagram Live, which enables people to submit questions in a chat type format, but then see myself and whoever is co-hosting with me answer them live on Instagram. One nice thing about this platform is that all former sessions are archivable and viewable into the future. And so we anticipate that over time, these sets of office hours will serve as a resource for the community. Now, these office hours are being conducted under the umbrella of particular themes. The first theme was the theme of the Bay Delta Science Conference, so building resilience through diversity in science. And participants were invited to ask questions related to that theme, but not necessarily restricted to that theme. We do envision this as being a live Ask Me Anything type session. So in the first session, we had 25 participants. So we think that was a good number for an initial session, and we're hoping to get the word out to more members of the community. And I'm really excited to report that Michael George is going to be co-hosting the next office hours session with me on May 20th at noon. And the topic is going to be drought science. So I encourage you to tune in and also to spread the word to others to tune in. And you could find these Instagram Live sessions just by navigating to the Delta Stewardship Council Instagram page, like you can see on the screen now. And I should also mention that Jeff Henderson in the planning division of the Delta Stewardship Council was my first co-host, and we both found that it was a lot of fun. And so I'm hoping that the community also sees this as an opportunity that is both fun and informational. Next slide, please.
Yeah, if I may, I think certainly access to these discussions that we all have here, whether they're at the board or in various forums, can sometimes feel a little intimidating, and sometimes even feel like, okay, well, where do I start? Well, what is, maybe you have some very basic questions. That sort of engagement is just really, I really just commend seeing it, and has me thinking a bit. So I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for those comments. So the next update that I wanted to provide is an update on the 2021 proposal solicitation, which is also something I've reported on in a previous quarterly report. The proposals were due in February, and I'm happy to report that we've received 99 proposals, which again sets records. I think it's approximately a doubling over the number of proposals that was received in the past. And so I think this really reflects the academic community's growing interest in conducting Delta science, and certainly also reflects the growing competitiveness of our program, which I think is something that we could leverage in seeking additional funds moving forward. So this is a really positive development. across those 99 proposals, $63 million in funding was requested. We do have $9 million in anticipated available funds, with 5.5 million of those coming from the Delta Stewardship Council and another 3.5 million coming from our partners at the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. Those proposals are currently out for review, and the first review panels will convene next week. So we're really excited to see how those reviews shape up, and then we anticipate recommending a package of those proposals for awarding of funding at the June council meeting. So stay tuned to that. And I do anticipate that one of my office hours sessions after this announcement of the awards will focus on what we funded and what some of those topics are that are really a priority and reviewed well. And all of these proposals are responsive to specific actions in the Science Action Agenda. So next slide, please. So in the final part of this report, there are 3 papers that I'd like to bring to your attention and highlight. And again, I know we're really running late on time, so I'm just going to go into the main points that each of these papers make, and encourage you to go to the literature to learn more, or you could contact me if there are more details that you'd like me to explain or discuss associated with each of these papers. So the first of these is really relevant to the discussion that we've been having about the evolving drought in California. You know, I think especially during drought years, the amount of precipitation that we receive, or lack thereof, is really what gets a lot of attention. But what perhaps has gotten less attention is shifts in the timing of that precipitation, which are equally important when you consider impacts on ecosystems and people and economies. So there's an important paper that recently came out by Jelena Lukovic et al., which is work that she did when in residence as a visiting scholar at Berkeley, actually in my department, the Department of Geography. And this paper was published in Geophysical Research Letters. And, you know, the key message is in the title. They found that over the past 60 years, there has been a statistically significant late shift in precipitation, shift in the start of the rainy season to later months. And so, more specifically, the onset of the rainy season in California has been delayed by 27 days since the 1960s. There's no statistical evidence for trends in the average amount of rainfall received over that entire water year. But what this later onset of precipitation essentially means is that that rainy season peak is sharpening. They do see an increase, a statistically significant increase in rainfall at the peak of that rainy season. And I'm saying rainfall, but I really mean precipitation. So this includes snow as well in the Sierras. So that shorter rainy season is really being compensated for by an increase in rain or snow at the peak of the season. And this is something that has implications for migration of Chinook salmon. So the fall run Chinook time their migration with the onset of the first rains. And so a later onset of the first rains could have implications for that migration process. And then the other major implication that we should be aware of is implications for the fire season. So with the shift in that rainy season by approximately 27 days, what that means is that vegetation tends to be drier and crispier during the period of time that coincides with the Santa Ana or the Diablo winds. So these are the winds that can fuel these massive wildfires. And so this is one of the main implications that the authors of this paper, and then also Daniel Swain, who wrote a really interesting commentary in response to that paper, have discussed. So definitely an interesting paper to be aware of. Next slide, please. So I'm really happy that I slotted this paper in here, because just last week we learned that the Sacramento Regional Sanitation District treatment plant upgrade to tertiary treatment has now come fully online. And so what this means is that the amount of dissolved inorganic nitrogen that's being released into the Sacramento River is substantially decreased from what it was historically. And the form of that nitrogen that's being emitted in the wastewater treatment plant effluent is shifting from really being dominated by ammonium to being more dominated by nitrate. There have been a lot of questions and a lot of debate on what the role of dissolved inorganic nitrogen and its speciation into ammonium and nitrate has in ecological processes. And so it's a really interesting debate. And the crux of the debate is this. Some investigators within the Delta have found that when water is rich in ammonium, that those high concentrations of ammonium suppress the uptake of nitrate by phytoplankton within the water. And the inference from those findings has been that by containing high amounts of nitrate, or by containing high amounts of ammonium historically, wastewater treatment plant effluent might have diminished the ability of phytoplankton within the Sacramento River to take up nitrogen in general. And that this inhibition of nitrate uptake might be one of the factors leading to lower rates of primary productivity over the past few decades and pelagic organism decline, which is the term used to describe a dramatic loss in fish populations that span many species since the early 2000s. So this is a debate because others also working within the Delta have found that ammonium is really the more energetically favorable form of inorganic nitrogen for uptake and assimilation. And so these two findings apparently conflict with each other. While a research team out of Stanford University, led by Strong et al., attempted to resolve this debate, and particularly as it applies to the Delta, by conducting a series of controlled experiments in which they were able to control the amount of total nitrogen within the water, as well as the amount of nitrogen species, so ammonium and nitrate, and where that nitrogen was coming from. So what they did is they collected samples both upstream and downstream of the regional sand treatment plant, where the upstream samples were naturally low in ammonium, and the downstream samples were more enriched in ammonium, because all of this work was done before the upgrade of the regional sand plant took place. They then incubated these samples for 48 hours to see how much phytoplankton grew and what species of phytoplankton grew. Because some of the previous findings also suggested that high ammonium reduces the amount of diatoms present within the phytoplankton pool, and diatoms are the form of phytoplankton that the fish really prefer, the fish and zooplankton really prefer. So they were looking at both the total amount and the composition of phytoplankton that grew in these water samples. What they did find, though, is that light really makes a difference, and that inhibition of phytoplankton growth, as you might expect, took place under the lower light conditions. So expect to see a lot of additional studies taking place as we evaluate what impacts the shift away from nitrate or ammonium enriched effluent to nitrate dominated effluent will have on the community. There's a lot of work taking place through Operation Baseline and other studies to really treat this upgrade of the regional sand treatment plant as an experiment and evaluate impacts of nutrient enrichment on the whole food web in this part of the Delta. So a really important study and really exciting development to be aware of. Last slide, please. So the final paper that is only available in preprint, so you'll see these journal pre-proof watermarks on the photo here, is a paper, is a synthesis study conducted by Jim Klern of the U.S. Geological Survey. I think that many of your staff are aware of this paper. This is a collaborative synthesis that has been in the works for a long amount of time. But this paper looks at the amount of primary productivity within the San Francisco estuary historically and what changes there have been from historic times. And, you know, what this paper finds is that 77% of hydrologically connected habitat within the Delta has been lost since historic times, with a 98% loss of both tidal and non-tidal marshes relative to the historic period. And what they find is that these tidal and non-tidal marshlands really play a disproportionate role in supplying into food webs. Historically, they supplied over 60% of the carbon fueling food webs, whereas presently, open water habitats supply the majority of carbon to food webs in the form of phytoplankton, which is just simply a less productive source of carbon. So because of this disproportionate influence of tidal and non-tidal marshes on historic food webs, 89%, so a number much greater than the total amount of habitat loss, 89% of the total primary productivity available to food webs has been lost since historic times. And the form, as I just indicated, the form of that supply of carbon has shifted to being dominated by these open water habitats. So one thing that this paper also looked at is that if the habitat restoration targets specified in the Delta Plan are realized, what does this mean for food webs within the Delta? What does it mean for primary productivity and essentially the amount of food that's available to fish within the estuary? And so just to elaborate on those restoration targets, these include 131 kilometers squared of tidal marsh, 77 kilometers squared of non-tidal marsh, and 66 kilometers squared of riparian and scrub habitat. And what the authors found is that if those targets are met, the primary productivity available to food webs would increase from the current value of 6% of the historic magnitude to 17% of the historical magnitude. So still a small fraction, but a substantial improvement. And this would represent a doubling of carbon flow to herbivores relative to what is present currently, and a tripling of the current rate of detritus production, which also fuels these food webs. However, the authors note that successful restoration really requires managing floodplains for hydrologic connectivity, particularly during dry years like the year that we're facing now. So it's not just total acreage of habitat restoration that's important, but it's really how that habitat is connected to waterways, whether it receives flows during dry years or not, and how this habitat is connected to the areas that fish use is also really important. So I'll leave you with that. I think I probably ran on a little longer than I was hoping, but thank you for bearing with me, and I'm happy to answer any questions about these articles or any of our activities within the Delta Science program.
Thank you so much, Dr. Larson. And there's no rush. We're here to spend the time to discuss, to learn, and really I do appreciate your presentations here and helping us continue to understand the evolving scientific understanding of the Delta and its needs. I think, I don't have too much question here. I guess I'll just leave with comment that what this all continues to impress upon me is just that we are reconciling a system that we have inherited, that we built without understanding what we were pulling out of that system, the abundance of it, the sustainability of that abundance. And we're needing to then understand now how best to reconcile it. And it is a reconciliation, which means there is penance, sacrifice. There's something that we're all having and being called to have to give up, because the reality is the climate is no longer what it was, if it ever were that. And there verifiably we see with a shifting water year going, a month back, and just different timing. And so we've built a system again for a climate that just simply no longer exists, and needing to then reconcile it, and the difficulty that comes in having a difficult or painful discussion around reconciliation. Anyway, just thank you. Really, really do appreciate the incredible opportunity to just reflect on the state of science, and again, appreciate the social science aspect, which, that human component is often what we just take for granted and don't realize it itself is something that needs to be nurtured. So,
right.
Fellow board colleagues, questions, comments, please.
Well, if I may just add my thanks to the chair. Your presentations are always timely and helpful. I always appreciate the little teaser you give us in terms of the scientific studies at the end. It always makes me want to rush out and read everything. I too concur with the chair that the social science aspect is extremely needed. And I'm just very excited to see this community of practice come together. And I can't wait to see where they go and what they do, and how we may all learn from that and integrate it into our own efforts. And I love your idea of the office hours. I mean, like the chair said, I'm wondering how that could be incorporated here as well. It is a marvelous concept. Thank you so much for sharing that idea with us. And I'm now very curious about the Instagram forum that you use. So I'll be checking that one out too as well. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for those comments. And I actually needed to establish an Instagram account in order to work with these office hours. So just as a heads up to those of you who might not have an Instagram account, you do need one to see these office hours. I think that's one of the big drawbacks of using this platform. But the platform does offer a number of other advantages, and it's not difficult to set up an Instagram account either. I should also mention, just to follow up on your comment, that one of the other things that we're really excited about within these social science studies is that our proposal solicitation has a brand new category that is focused on integrated socio-ecological system studies. And this is really a big investment on our part. The proposals that we're looking to fund are required to be multidisciplinary and collaborative across multiple institutions. And they also carry larger budgets than the standard research awards that we are planning on making. And so we had, I believe, I might be misspeaking here, but I believe it was 7 integrated socio-ecological systems proposals that were submitted. And one of our review panels is solely devoted to review of those proposals. So we're really excited about seeing what we're going to fund through that part of the proposal solicitation. And this is an aspect of the solicitation that's going to be carried forward for our biennial solicitations moving forward.
Thank you. I'll confess that I do have an Instagram account only so I can follow pictures of several cats that I enjoy. So now you can give me something more meaningful to do with my Instagram account. So thank you.
Great. You're welcome.
Not that cats aren't meaningful, but.
Thank you, board member. Others? And if no further comment, that's okay too. Okay. Thank you. Really appreciate it, Dr. Larson, and look forward to a future update here. And always here and available to discuss. So thank you. I really appreciate the openness and the great work that you continue to do at the Stewardship Council. So
thank you, Chair Esquivel. It's a pleasure to come here and interact with all of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, that concludes item number, oh, wait, one moment. Let me just double check. Yeah, I don't see anyone, Brett Baker, I think it is, was our only commenter for item number 5, and just wanted to acknowledge Mr. Baker for his leadership on the alternative compliance plan and open ET project that the Delta Water Master had mentioned. I know he's been just a real great leader at this Central Delta Water Agency around this. But I don't believe he remained on the platform with us for public comment. So thank you. That brings us to then, I believe, board member reports. I'd entertain any reports from my fellow board colleagues. And I can start as well, which just the obviousness is the last time I joined you all, I left partway through our workshop in order to attend an executive order announcement regarding statewide drought, but then also emergency provisions and orders for Sonoma and Mendocino counties, the Russian River watershed. And to Board Member McGuire's request, and we definitely are going to be having more public discussion around evolving conditions there, knowing that we have, again, emergency curtailment authorities at this point, and also emergency TUCP authorities in order to help the locals respond and step in as we need to avoid human health and safety issues in the Russian River. Similar issues that, as we've talked about earlier in this board meeting, we're starting to see in other watersheds and other challenges with not just the local projects in the Russian River, but others in the state. And so, the then following 2 weeks here has been a lot of meetings, a lot of stakeholder engagement with Secretary Crowfoot, Secretary Blumenfeld, Director Namath, Director Bonham, communicating just how we need to continue to coordinate. And we're here to be communicative and transparent about the challenges we're facing in the state, and that it is incumbent upon local leadership to really stand up, contribute to good decision-making based off of the best available information from the Department of Water Resources and the State Water Board ourselves when it comes to water rights holders, diverters that we know of, but then also the current hydrologic conditions, and ultimately how best to ensure communities manage through dry conditions in a way that, again, keep an eye for certainly human health and safety, but to respond comprehensively to what we know are economic consequences and impacts from drought. So there's a lot. There's certainly a lot this board was called to do in the last drought and will be called to do in this one. And so just appreciate everyone's continued engagement. Know that, again, we're here to be extremely communicative and transparent around the activities we'll be conducting, again, right now under emergency authorities. It's only in the Russian River, but that doesn't mean we don't have work going on throughout the state. This is already a statewide response insofar as, we have the Division of Drinking Water. We have heard of, some dry wells in Madera County. We continue to be poised with programs like the Safe and Affordable Fund. But, and again, just additional resources. I know all of this comes, these drought discussions come at a time with even national interest on infrastructure and really a focus on our water systems, their vulnerabilities to climate change, but particularly here in California for us, drought is at hand. And so are the generational opportunities to make investments to shift that. So, so again, yes, the last 2 weeks have been just a lot of meetings, a lot of engagement with folks. And I know we will all here collectively be called to do a lot in the months ahead. And just want to thank my colleagues here for their shared leadership, because it's not what I think or do or want to direct here, but it is our collective space as a state, certainly, but here together as a board, that's important as well. Other board members with reports?
I'll just jump in and say that I have had mostly drought meetings and individual meetings or small group meetings, but do want to at least, rather than naming all of them, give you general information on just my efforts in providing information regarding the governor's executive order and drought preparedness. And overall, what I said earlier, that, my sense is that even though this is a dire situation, we have more tools in the toolbox and more improved information. Do we have further improvements to make? Absolutely. But we're better off on the information sharing side and partnerships and collaboration. And specifically, I've had 3 presentations, one at the Sonoma County Farm Bureau, one yesterday with California Women for Agriculture, and then I believe it was on the same day as our temperature workshop, the California Farm Bureau's Board of Directors. And then also just want to point out that I appreciate working with Board Member Firestone on drinking water needs and seeing where we can bring in some additional regional collaboration, and are working toward bringing in the San Joaquin Valley Partnership in a role with convening and improving communication during the drought, and in particular with small communities and systems that are stressed.
I'll jump in and build upon that by also thanking Board Member Firestone. I appreciate collaborating with her and meeting with staff to discuss potential performance metrics based on our climate change work and resolution. And so I think we've had a pretty good initial discussion of some ideas that are reasonable and that hopefully builds on the data that we're collecting, but also provide some sort of quantified measure of the work that we're all doing in support of climate change adaptation as much as we can. So thank you, Board Member, for your leadership on that. And then the only other thing that I will bring to your attention is I had the opportunity to review a document that might be of interest to some of you, especially those of you who frequent the American River Parkway as much as I do. Sacramento County recently, well, actually, no, I think they did that a month ago, released through their regional parks department a draft natural resources management document for the American River Parkway. It's out for public comment until sometime this May, and it is very well written, very comprehensive, provides a lot of history and background, natural as well as cultural history for the parkway. It also lists the strategies, the goals, and the actions that the county is proposing, some of which, of course, ties into, and we are mentioned, the water boards are mentioned in some of the activities regarding trash, homelessness, monitoring. And so it's a pretty lengthy document, but if you just read the executive summary, as well as, I think it was like chapter 2, that summarizes all the actions, you'll get a pretty good idea of what is being proposed for the parkway. And then, of course, the rest of the document I just found fascinating in terms of the history and the description of natural as well as cultural importance of the parkway.
Great. I saw that document myself as well, so thank you for reminding me that that was out for public review. So I don't have any public meetings to report on specifically, but I just, in case you hadn't seen it, I just want to call to your attention that staff did have a workshop I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, on the direct potable reuse criteria. And I just want to emphasize that, all the discussion we've had today, in recent meetings about the drought and about how dire this is, we still need to continue marching forward with adding tools to the toolbox, with looking at ways to build long-term resiliency and adapt. And so just appreciate that we're continuing irrespective of what happens here, we just need to continue moving toward in that direction. And I see the DPR regulation process and its goal of, having those in place by the end of 2023 as an important step in that direction. And so a lot of devils in the details, a lot of work to do. I know a lot of the research has recently been completed, and happy that that's now being incorporated. So anyway, just wanted to flag that for you if you didn't see that, but hadn't happened. Leave it at that. Thanks.
Great. All right, a couple things I wanted to highlight. One is just that this week is National Drinking Water Week, so it's always a good opportunity to just take a look at our drinking water and how we're doing to ensure that everyone can access good, safe, reliable drinking water, and I think amplify a lot of the work that we've done around the needs assessment to better understand that throughout the state. I've been focused a lot this past week also on drought preparedness and thinking about, particularly vulnerable communities in the San Joaquin Valley that are also looking at the CV SALT's early action plans, which are in, and the regional board is, I think, acting on or looking to go in effect May 7th. I think looking at the really extreme drought conditions we have, especially in a lot of these rural communities, having all the tools we have to bring to bear to prevent more communities from going dry and ensure those that don't have safe water can access resources to get it. There's a lot of different potential resources, but I think really accelerating that, now more than ever, is going to be key. And I'm hopeful that, there's potential additional resources that that can support that. As a lot of folks are talking about infrastructure funding, we're still in the COVID arrears crisis. And I think as COVID rates are dropping and we're looking at potential, hopefully going back to normal, there's the potential that, we need to be looking at long-term how to get folks caught up on arrears. There is some guidance that preliminary guidance that came out from the feds, still working through, but there's a lot of discussion in additional funding, which is drastically needed. I know the Senate just came out with some proposal for a lot of funding, so we'll see how all that goes. And I guess I want to emphasize that I think the work that this board did in terms of collecting the data to understand this issue has really been a catalyst and essential framework for allowing us to secure and design relief efforts. So just want to thank staff and this board for all of the leadership and work there. I guess I'm just reflecting on this board meeting and, the continued really extreme, sobering condition that we're in as a state. I guess I just want to emphasize that I know that we do and, very much take seriously our role as a regulator, which is necessary as one of the key roles that we bring to the table. We need everyone to bring every tool to the table, and that's a really important one that we bring to figure out how we move forward through these really difficult times. And so just appreciate the work that's been going on and the continued work that will be going on. look forward to continuing to just try to share the, like, I think Vice Chair was saying, the information that we now have in ways that are just much more, I mean, we still have a long way to go, but at least we have a lot more information than we did in the past. And I'm thinking particularly on small and rural communities that we can make sure are in the hands of folks in local and regional agencies and jurisdictions that can help us all get out in front of preventing these kinds of impacts. So thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, board members. That brings us, I think, to the end, unless I'm just trying to remember, Sean, you did give us an update, correct? Yeah, thanks. Mr. Lawfer.
I just wanted to remind the board members that we do have a scheduled closed session today, and you each should have received the credentials for that closed session.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
And I think the only matter is at what point the board would like to start that closed session.
Yeah, I think we definitely need a lunch. And so fellow board colleagues here, do we want to just say 30 minutes and then we can start our closed session at 2 o'clock? Great. Okay. Then thank you, everyone. Appreciate everyone's contributions and today's honest discussions, and always glad to have those. And we'll be here in 2 weeks having further discussions. So thank you, everyone. Really appreciate it. And at this point, we'll go into closed session after 30-minute lunch. So see you guys at 2. Thank you, everyone else. See you soon.